whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
You remember me when the west wind moves upon the fields of barley. You'll forget the sun and his jealous sky as we walk in the fields of gold. So she took her love for to gaze a while upon the fields of barley. In his arms she fell as her hair came down among the fields of gold. Will you stay with me? Will you be my love among the fields of barley? We'll forget the sun in his jealous sky as we lie in the fields of gold. See the west wind move like a lover's soul upon the fields of barley. Feel her body rise when you kiss her mouth among the fields of gold. I never made promises lightly, and there have been some that I've broken. But I swear on the day still left, we'll walk in the fields of gold. We'll walk in the fields of gold. Many years have passed since those summer days among the fields of barley. See the children run as the sun goes down, as we lie in the fields of gold. As we lie in the fields of gold. We lie in the fields of gold.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New show today now on a Wednesday, second day of the week for us. We miss our 4-day weeks starting next week. We go back to 5-day work weeks as we settle into 2023. Welcome to the Next Round live now from our Double Down Media studios, presented by our friends at Ghost and always brought to you by our friends at the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, Forrester, Tyler the intern, and Taylor Korn. Everybody here today. Taylor handling everything on our social media platform at Next Round Live. Give us a thumbs up, follow, like, and subscribe. And remember, we sent out our 2022 review video yesterday. Taylor's got that on our social media platforms. Go check out some of the laughs we had over the last 365 days. You guys are old enough to remember the old high post offense when Mark Godfrey would take an NBA player in a recruit like Gerald Wallace and turn his back to the basket. Those methodical work the shot clock offenses, pass.
Well, it had UCLA in front of it, so you felt like maybe it was like, I mean, it's like in football. I run the Alabama offense. You're like, oh, okay, that must be good.
I will say basketball is a little different now.
It is, but it was the way basketball used to be played in Tuscaloosa, where it was slow and methodical, and you had to pass so many times, and the shot clock would get down.
Yep.
I watched last night. The 44 first-half points from that Alabama basketball team was just a fun watch. It was just a fun watch. And I know they were playing Ole Miss, a team that will not make the NCAA tournament. It was just fun to watch them play that style of basketball. It's a fun team. And I try not to be the what's the word you said we used too much of yesterday? Amazing.
Is it amazing, Jim?
I try not to use this roster being amazing. Don't want to use the GOAT. We use that too much.
It is what it is, guys.
It is what it is. The things we use too much, but it's just a fun, enjoyable roster and team to watch right now. And I don't know what the rest of the year holds, but so far this has been a fun 14 games, even with the 2 losses, to enjoy Alabama basketball. They get the win last night.
Yeah, and for Alabama fans, you've really got to, this will burn fast. These next couple of months will go fast, and you won't see a lot of these guys come back. I mean, we know Brandon Miller's a one and done. It's a team that last night, so going into last night, they were 328th nationally in turning the basketball over, averaging over 17 turnovers a game. 7 turnovers last night. As you said, Ole Miss is a bad basketball team.
But if they go single-digit turnovers,
you can't lose.
Yeah.
I mean, they had that lull in the second half, and Nate Oates, talked about that. They got up 27, and they kind of look, it was never a game. I mean, that was, if you're an Alabama fan, fun game to watch. If you're an Ole Miss fan, just awful basketball. I mean, that's some of the worst perimeter shooting I've ever seen.
From Ole Miss?
Yeah.
Lance,
Can I give you the stat?
They were 2 of 24 from beyond the arc. Why are you saying that?
That's 8%, bro.
That is not good. Yeah. I can't remember who it was now. It might have been Caldwell. I hate to do that, but he missed a 3 so badly. Like, I don't even think it. I think it had a better shot of hitting he shot it basically top of the key. Better shot of hitting the bottom right corner of the backboard than the rim.
Yeah, I think didn't it hit the bottom of the back of the rim.
I think it skimmed the backboard of the way past. I mean, they were just not a good team.
And then took out some Crimsonettes.
Yes. But Alabama is a very good basketball team. I mean, this is you're right. It's a fun team to watch. They played 2 conference games against the 2 Mississippi teams who likely, again, are not NCAA tournament teams. I mean, Mississippi State went and got shellacked at Tennessee last night. But they've played 2 teams. They've beaten them the way you should beat inferior teams. 1 on the road, 1 at home. 2 easy, quote-unquote, easy wins for Alabama.
Yeah, and let's start with what LT was talking about. Brandon Miller, we need to appreciate him while he's playing in our state, much like Jabari last year at Auburn. We knew Jabari was going to be a one-and-done guy, and he was going to be a lottery pick. This kid is amazing to watch, and you just hope he stays healthy all year and can do what he does, because he's getting compared to Kevin Durant with his early years at Texas. Now, Kevin had to play a little longer, right? How long did Kevin play?
No, he played. He was a one and done.
One and
Oh, he was one and done. Okay. I thought he played two.
Your confusion there is he only played one NCAA tournament game.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Kevin freaking
It
Durant.
literally was one and done.
It was one NCAA
Kevin
tournament
Durant,
game and
they
done.
couldn't get out of the first round. You'd like to take a shot at Rick Barnes, but his team looks pretty good right now anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kevin Durant comparisons is what the TV people always show us. And when they did the clips last night, they did one Durant at Texas, one Brandon Miller, one Durant, one Miller. And there is a comparison in the games when he was in college. I'm not saying he's like Kevin Durant in the NBA, but the college comparison is there. You can see it.
Well, you can see it. Look, he's got handle. The guy's got range. The difference is 3 inches.
Right.
Yeah. That came out wrong.
Yeah, it really did. Kevin Durant's taller.
Yeah, let's put it in context.
Actually, I've heard that many times.
Yeah,
It came out exactly right.
6'9" Brandon Miller, and you got a legitimate 7-footer in Kevin Durant. So, people will say 6'11" to 7 feet. He can shoot over anybody. But, yeah, I see the similarities.
It was the similarity. It was the comparison Damian Fishback used, obviously. So a lot of people are seeing this. Yeah.
Yeah, but they did it on the TV broadcast. Yep. It's been done by another crew earlier this year. I forget if it was an SEC network crew or not.
It was Fran Fraschilla that compared him to Paul George. I don't know if that's a better comparison.
No, it is. And Paul over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive is saying the same thing. I think Paul George is a much better comparison for Brandon Miller.
Not if I'm going bank accounts. I'd rather be Kevin Durant than I
I'm
would
sure
Paul
you
George.
would. Kevin Durant's one of the greatest to ever play, but Paul George, even after the horrific injury, still legitimate player.
Yeah, I just fun to watch. So you have to appreciate, I think, a little bit of him, and just the you guys over there are talking about chemistry of this team. That to me will define how far this team goes because the talent is there. Last year's team had zero chemistry, rumors of infighting and this and that, and that's been the case a couple of times when Alabama's had decent rosters. They've almost imploded inside the locker room. But this team with a shared playing time over a lot of people seemed to really enjoy playing with each other and watching each other have some highlight moments.
Yeah, and look, and I don't, Nate's got his rotation, but he's still figuring this thing out because there are so many new parts. But 9 guys played double-figure minutes last night. So that shows you the depth of this team right now. And look, it helps that you get up by 27.
You wonder if 8 or 9 at double-figure minutes is the rotation when you get to the big games. Like Kentucky comes to town on Saturday. Is that the rotation that he continues to play?
Yeah, and it's funny. You watched those 2 games last night going on second half versus first half simultaneously, and Alabama's a much better team than Kentucky. Now, I don't know how to play out Saturday. I don't know what the point spread will be, Lance, in Coleman Coliseum.
Alabama will be a 5.
I was going to say 4.5. Yeah.
Okay.
4.5 is what I was
They
going to say.
look like, at least just watching them, a much better team than Kentucky.
Kentucky still gets brand points.
They
still
brand
get a
points,
little inflation because of the name.
Yeah, but I watched Kentucky last night, and maybe LSU's better than we think because LSU's already beaten Arkansas, and they played Kentucky right to the wire. Kentucky they couldn't close that game out last night. They just there's a little bit missing about that Kentucky team.
They don't have great guard play.
They really
this
don't.
year.
Yeah, I guess that's normally what happens when you can't close the game out, right?
Topping with 21 last night. Kentucky beats LSU 74-71. Tennessee beat Mississippi State 87-53. Brown referenced that as well. Nate Oates last night cut one Rockstar after the win to Alabama over Ole Miss, talking about just inside the locker room, the competitive nature of this Alabama basketball team.
I think they've done a good job. The freshmen, I think, are upperclassmen. You look at like Noah Gurley's done a great job leading, talking to guys. Quinterly's talked to guys. Dom Welch has been in a lot of big games. I think just having those guys around, some of the freshmen that have been playing well, help understand that this is college basketball. Anybody can beat anybody on any given night. You see it every week in college basketball where a team that's highly rated loses a game they probably shouldn't have lost. So I think just having some veteran guys around the young guys helps, but the young guys listen, and the young guys are pretty mature themselves. So, and I think it also helps having some competition. Like, we weren't this deep last year. This year, if you're not playing hard, not playing well, we got plenty of options to get in the game and play. Like, where last year we kind of stuck with guys weren't playing hard. We didn't have many options to play. You know, we try to play some walk-ons to spark it a little bit. This year we've got 10 guys strong in the rotation that are all playing well. We don't have to play if you're not playing as hard this year.
Nate Oates last night after another impressive effort, but now back to the good part of the schedule, Kentucky and Arkansas, the next 2 games for them, and we'll see how Alabama fares against some other of the big boys in the SEC. Auburn playing tonight. We'll get into that conversation after Brownie tells us about our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, wellness, Element Wellness there. If you want to look the best you can, feel the best you can, and heal the best you can in 2023. Element Wellness is where you need to start, right there in the Greystone area, just off I-119 and 280 in Tattersall Park. ElementWellness.me for more information, ElementWellness.me. Things like the red light therapy, the saunas, the cryotherapy, the IV infusion bags, all those things that just make you heal better, feel better, and look better. 2023 could be your year. Start it at ElementWellness.me. That is ElementWellness.me.
Number 22 Auburn on the road at Georgia this afternoon, really, 5:30 Central Time, SEC Network, Auburn Network, if you want to listen to it. Last year, half the arena over in Athens were clad in orange and blue, and that's where Bruce really started calling the Auburn fans witnesses on the road. His affectionate name, calling them the witnesses. So we'll see how many Auburn fans for an early weeknight game right out of the holidays over in Athens tonight. But this Auburn team got a win in the opener at home against Florida to start SEC play, but it wasn't easy as normal. Now they go on the road against a Georgia team that they're better than. We'll see how the Tigers play out tonight.
You know, Mike White takes this Georgia team over. They only won, 10 games last year? No, 6 games. And they're already 10-3, 8-0 at home. And I didn't realize Mike White had so much success against Bruce Pearl. In 9 matchups, 6-3.
6-3, but the other side of that is Bruce owns Georgia. He's 10-4 all time in Athens.
Oh, this is the something's got to give.
Something's got to give game here tonight.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, Auburn hasn't maybe played up to expectations, but Auburn's a much better basketball team.
Well, Georgia's 98th in the Ken Pom. I know you put a lot of stock in the old Ken Pom.
I do.
Ken Pomeroy has them at 98. To put that in perspective, Vandy, who was no good, is 99. So even with that 10-3 record, which looks nice on the surface, you dig a little bit deeper in the numbers, Auburn is a much better team than Georgia.
Yeah, so they need that win tonight against the Bulldogs on the road, 5:30. Rockstar Bruce Pearl, cut number 4. Bruce explains to you the philosophy in the SEC, and it's the same philosophy that even back in Wimp's days. You defend your home court, you got to steal a few on the road, and this is one tonight. Bruce wants a road win for the Tigers.
You know, we had a lot of things to get better. Offensive execution, transition defense. Georgia's really good in transition. Got really good athletes. And, it's good. I know it's like Georgia's picked in the lower half of our league, but I'm impressed with them. It's an opportunity for us to win on the road, and obviously those are the great separators. You have to win at home, and you got to get a couple on the road. And but this one won't be easy.
Now I projected Auburn at 11-7 in the SEC, and some Auburn fans thought that was disrespectful to have them at 11-7. This is one of those wins on the road that I thought they would get tonight. We'll see how it plays out.
Well, they should. I mean, they're 7.5-point favorites, so healthy favorite here. Team they should beat. But like Bruce Pearl said, you never know.
Yeah, and it heats up for Auburn after this because obviously they get Arkansas next. Arkansas plays Auburn and Alabama next week. So, you get one more. I mean, I hate to call it a breather game, but I do feel like even on the road, this is a little bit of a breather game where Auburn can get right, get their rotations, get their mind right before you have to play Arkansas next week. This is a game Auburn should easily win. They're a much better team than Georgia. I was laughing, though, at Bruce Pearl. I don't know what made me think of this, but he was wearing the Final Four jacket, right? Which, by the way, if I'm a coach and I've gone to the Final Four, especially at a school that had never been to one, I wear that all the time.
Yeah.
Well, but most coaches bury that stuff.
I know, I wouldn't.
Remember Bill Snyder was wearing
that was what made me laugh. The school literally had to go to Bill Snyder because he continued to wear a Buffalo Wild Wings bowl patch on this jacket. He had a Kansas State jacket that had the Buffalo Wild Wings bowl patch. well after Buffalo Wild Wings wasn't a school sponsor, the bowl had changed names, and they literally had to go to him and say, "Coach, we'll get you another jacket.
Yeah,
if you'll just quit wearing that patch,
or if you'll just sort of put a bigger Wildcat patch over the Buffalo Wild Wings patch." That is the old jacket that he wore forever and ever. Doesn't like to change the routine. Another good game tonight, Missouri and Arkansas, which is the showcase game tonight, one of the better ones in the nation, right after Auburn on the SEC Network. UConn and Providence go tonight. But one other basketball note before we flip to football. Last night, K-State beat number 6 Texas in Austin.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's just a big win anyway. But they did it in a style that if Chris Beard was still coaching and was not on an indefinite suspension for his legal altercation right now, this wouldn't have happened. But K-State scored 116. They beat them 116-103 against a Chris Beard-built team, even though Beard's not coaching. That guy's known for defense. And K-State put 116 on them in regulation last night.
Yeah, look, Jerome Tang, this is a name you probably need to know because he might be your coach of the year so far. I mean, they're 13-1 Kansas State. They won 14 games all of last year. And this is a former Baylor assistant who was on that staff when they beat Gonzaga just 2 years ago for the national championship. And this Kansas State team, not just from last night, they look like they're for real.
Yeah, but
Tang is not just for breakfast anymore, Brown.
He's good in space, Rockstar.
24/7 Tang, my friend.
Did you ever have Tang?
I did.
Did you? I don't think I've ever had
It
Tang.
wasn't that bad. Remember Orange
wasn't
Aid?
good. You know, the thing they promoted Tang or the way
It
they
was
promoted
powder, right?
it was astronaut.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what,
yeah,
that's
they
what
used it in
NASA
space, yeah.
would drink. Yeah.
So, but it was powdered orange juice.
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
I've never had it, I don't think.
It still had the nutrients, though, because it was for our men in space, but men and women. But back then it was men. They put the Tang in the water, and then you had to stir it up.
I'll never forget. I had a buddy in Atlanta, and he swears by this story. He worked for Future Brands, Jim Beam, and so he knew a lot of people that worked at Chops over in Atlanta.
Yeah, the steakhouse.
They said that Deion Sanders came in and ordered a ribeye and wanted a side of Heinz 57, and he wanted Tang to drink.
I'm guessing they didn't have Tang back in the back.
I don't think they did.
So,
frozen Tang.
Okay.
I didn't even know we had that.
I didn't either. And I was going to ask you, when you got sick as a kid, did you ever go get that frozen Minute Maid concentrate and just eat it?
No, I drank a lot of orange juice.
I've done that before, Brown, but more as a summer snack.
Oh, really? So when I would start to feel sick, I would get that concentrate and just pop it and eat it.
Did it work for you?
I mean, maybe it was just mental, but yeah, I mean, it just shocks your body with vitamin C, which is, that's good for you, right, when you're getting sick.
Yeah. It looks like Tang has gone into a big makeover.
I would agree.
It's
They're
modernized.
I mean, how many different packaging do they have?
That's the Tang
yeah,
I knew,
that's
right?
Tang I remember.
Yeah, that's it right there.
It looks like seasoned salt.
It really does. It looks like something I put on fries.
Instant breakfast drink.
Oh, they sold me natural tasting.
Is it real? What's tasting? It
tastes natural.
Look at it. It looks natural.
But Tang is a coach at Kansas State, which is how I got on that.
Jerome Tang.
My point was going to be, though, with Texas, like if Kirby Smart took a 5-game leave of absence, do you think all of a sudden Georgia would start giving up 40 points a game and they'd have to win like Texas Tech used to?
Well, they are coming off giving up 41.
Yeah, not per game, though. That was one team. And Kirby was on the sidelines. Well, how all of a sudden can Texas give up that many points in regulation? That wasn't even overtime.
Well, I mean, Tang does play if for lack of a better term here, a local reference, a little buckyball style.
Yeah.
He plays the high octane, go fast, shoot and ask questions later.
Keontae Johnson, the Florida transfer, remember the terrible fallout middle of the game?
Hard
I mean,
incident.
that kid had 28-9 last night.
Yeah. So he's getting after it at K-State. Doctors couldn't clear him to play at Florida. He's cleared to take off at Kansas State. Daniel, yes.
Daniel, we're aware.
Yes.
Generally, there's another word that goes in front of that.
I didn't know that. Do they bottle that too?
So it's easier to find than the Tang right now.
No, I guarantee you it's much easier to find.
For some people.
And Daniel also, not just for breakfast anymore. It's fantastic. All right, so that's our basketball conversation to start the show today. Don't forget, Odie's is a great place to be on Wednesdays, isn't it?
Tonight is Wednesday night. That means, Rocky?
Trivia.
Yes. Odie's Team Trivia, we do it every Wednesday night. We'll start up about 8 o'clock. Get there early. Enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including the Diablo sandwich, south of the border roll-up. Just fantastic food. Ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. They'll have plenty of college basketball on. But come join us. It's a Birmingham institution. Odie's Team Trivia tonight, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
A couple of flip-arounds in the NFL portal to the draft or not, and other news coming up football-wise in just a second. But the passing of Ruth Bartow yesterday at the age of 91, the wife of Gene Bartow, who back in the day with her husband decided to leave the UCLA coaching job and come to Birmingham to start UAB athletics. Now, if you go back and look at the history of college athletics, for somebody to leave UCLA basketball and come to Birmingham, Alabama, in the hotbed of football, to start an athletic department with college basketball, it is still one of the amazing stories in sports. And I always thought would be a great 30 for 30, but Ruth Bartow passing away yesterday at the age of 91. Just an amazing woman that stood by Gene Bartow in that transition and did so much for UAB athletics.
Yeah, so to put it in current football terms, this would be Nick Saban retiring, a guy taking over for a couple of years and having pretty good success, and then saying, you know what, this ain't for me. I'm going to go start a football program.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Like going to Wichita State.
Yeah,
who hasn't had football
I'm
in years.
going to go start a football program. Yeah. I mean, that's what Gene Bartow did. He replaced what was at the time considered the greatest coach of all time and had success. I mean, they went, I think, to a Final Four and a Sweet 16.
Didn't go to a Final Four.
You sure about that?
No, he did at UCLA.
Oh, at UCLA,
yeah.
Yeah. So I thought you were talking about UAB.
No, I was saying when he replaced John Wooden.
Yeah, just didn't win a national championship,
That's right.
and because he was replacing Wooden, was catching a lot of heat, but came to UAB, and within the first 4 years had UAB one win away from the Final
That's right.
Four. He was in the Elite Eight, playing, I believe, Denny Crum's Louisville team to go to the Final Four.
A guy stood out a good coach.
Do you remember when it went down, Dunaway? I mean, I don't. I mean, I remember UAB. You know, I remember the Jerome Mincy, Steve Mitchell days.
Yeah, well, that's the Jerome Mincy was the first team, right? That was part of Norman Ankrum, Mincy, Oliver Robinson.
I don't know. Those the teams I'm talking about were what was the first year?
I think it was 79.
Yeah, so those were mid-'80s.
So 79, 80, 81, 82 were the build-up years with Oliver Robinson, if I'm doing this off the top of my head.
Yeah, Jerome Mincy and Steve Mitchell, those guys were like 85, 86, 87.
I knew Mitchell was later on.
Yeah.
I thought Mincy was part of it with Ankrum and
with all that said,
Oliver
do you
Robinson.
remember, though? I mean, do people think he was completely insane taking that job?
Yeah, I mean, and when he came to town, everyone was like, okay, they're going to start a basketball program at UAB. What does that even mean? But then from the get-go, he's got the UCLA and John Wooden ties, and he's a name in coaching. He'd had success at Memphis, had the UAB in the Sun Belt, and played really quality opponents early on, and was putting, I think the average attendance was about 13,000 a game at the BJCC.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible story. You're right. I don't know if there's enough for a 30 for 30, but you just wouldn't happen today. You wouldn't leave a job like he had just to start a program.
Well, my 30 for 30 starts at UCLA. He's replacing John Wooden, right?
Right, which
the
was
pressures
impossible.
of that.
Yeah, it was impossible.
And then along the way, about halfway in the 30 of 30, he goes to UAB and turns that into, an NCAA tournament mainstay, really into the Sweet 16 on the reg, but always top 25, border top 25, and to the Elite Eight so early. One win away, one Saturday away from going to the Final Four that early in the UAB existence. An amazing story from Gene Bartow, and Ruth Bartow was part of that legacy with him behind the scenes building that program. She passes away at the age of 91. We remember her today, and remember the Bartow Classic is February 11th. If you want to honor Ruth Bartow and the Bartow family by selling out Bartow Arena February 11th with Middle Tennessee in town, you can make plans to do that. But today we remember Ruth Bartow and the Bartow family.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
LT's got our 4 downs today. Ghost Energy drink always gets you going in the morning. I had one this morning just to get going. I did not sleep well last night because of the storms that blew through. I was still awake at 11 o'clock, but we got another band that came through about 2 in the morning that woke me up and kept me from really sleeping well last night. I don't know how. Did you sleep well, Rockstar, last night? Are you like a puppy when the lightning strikes?
Well, no, because I'm worried about, is it going to wake my kid up? Because I got a kid, but I remember the loud thunderclaps and everything. I heard that, what was it, about 2 or 3 this morning?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh no, I hope somebody doesn't hear that and wakes them up, and then they start crying because that's just going to wake the whole house up. But it didn't happen. That was the only thing I was worried. But it was loud thunder for about an hour.
Do you think my demented TV gets me? Because last night,
I do. Yes, to answer your question.
Yes. There was something outside that was like hitting something, and it made this pounding. And so then I started to have a dream that I was living in like a rundown apartment complex, and my neighbor was dismembering a body.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, that is about what you want.
That's what I got out of the storm last night.
Did he speak in subtitles?
He did not speak in subtitles.
They're talking German.
I normally don't get up during the storm. I don't sleep well to begin with, but for whatever reason, I sleep a little better when it's storming. But last night was different. I couldn't sleep last night.
So Ghost Energy drinks can help you. You see the logo there wherever it gets you going in the morning, and it's sugar-free. So I'll always enjoy that right there. With our friends at Ghost Energy. Going back to that 1981-82 team, on that roster, you had the great Oliver Robinson, Llewellyn Foster. I remember him, another Birmingham guy was on that team. Lex Drum, Chris Giles, Donnie Spear, and Norman Ingram. So you're right on Mincy. It was Spear and Giles.
Yeah, see, I remember the wave after that with Alan Ogg and our friend Andy Kennedy, those guys.
But to remember how good that team was, they beat Pittsburgh, Ole Miss, lost a close one at number 4 Wichita State, lost a close one with Georgia, lost one to Missouri, a top 10 team, beat Michigan, beat Chattanooga, and then got into conference play, and lost on the road to number 4 DePaul. That was a great schedule before they got all the way to the Elite Eight, where they lost to Louisville 75-68. In a game to show you how the tournament has changed. The Elite Eight, UAB's playing the Elite Eight, and it's at the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center.
So they let them basically play at home?
Yeah, their road in the NCAA tournament was Nashville and then Birmingham.
Oh, geez.
Yep. So that's how you never get a better opportunity going to the Final Four than getting Louisville at the BJCC.
You just mentioned Wichita State, man. Since they had to run that old boy off because he was getting on people, they have fallen off the planet, haven't they? That was such a good program.
And remember, Greg Marshall was the hot name in college basketball. Remember, for a minute, Alabama fans thought they were going to get him?
Yeah.
For just a minute, yep. And he had them as a Elite Eight type program, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. They were close to Gonzaga in that.
They really were.
Round,
they were a 1 seed, and did they get to the Final Four, or did Kentucky knock them off?
They made the Final Four.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they 1 year?
Yeah,
okay.
They made the Final Four at Wichita. Sweet 16. I'm looking at it right now. Greg Marshall, I'd forgotten his name. Hence the reason I called him the old boy they had to run off for getting on to people.
3 G's, right?
No. Well, a G at the start and 2 at the end. Yeah.
G-R-E-G-G. Yeah.
My point was, you just don't think of them much anymore. Anyway, go ahead. I apologize.
You don't think of Greg much anymore.
You don't.
Sean Miller, though, has got Xavier one the other night. Sean Miller, who was forced out of Arizona, then no charges. He is at Xavier, and they're the first team to beat UConn the other night.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sean Miller was at one time, again, Greg Marshall was considered the hottest name at a mid-major to get a big job. Sean Miller at one time was considered the best coach in college basketball not to get to a Final Four.
Yeah, UConn's still third in today's KenPom, though, so that,
didn't hurt them.
But do you know who's number 2 right now? Houston's 1.
Houston, Tennessee, UConn.
Tennessee, yeah.
Volunteers are really good.
I watched them last night against Mississippi State, and again, maybe we overvalued State a little bit prior to the Alabama game. I know a lot of Auburn fans are like, of course you did, because they were playing Alabama. I thought State was a little bit better. Alabama ran them, and Tennessee destroyed them.
Our friends at Wayne's, as we get into our football conversation, want to get you into a conversation about your lawn for 2023.
They do. If you want your lawn to look the best it can in spring and summer, now is the time to start thinking about it with Wayne's Envirolawn. Envirolawn gets the proper nutrients and pre-emergents into the soil and the root system to make your lawn look the best it can in spring and summer. You can get on board now with Envirolawn and save by calling 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR. That's our initials, the next round, TNR, and save big with Wayne's. We're going to pay for the first month. You get 12 months for the price of 11 on Envirolawn when you call 866-WAYNES-1 and use the code TNR.
All right. Will Reichard flips around, not going to the NFL, coming back to Alabama to use his bonus year, his COVID year. He makes the announcement. Forrester has it up for you there if you're watching us today on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch. This is huge, I think. Now, they have a guy coming in. The only non-4 or 5-star commitment was a 3-star kicker. But to get Reichard back, who's hit 82% of his kicks, he did not miss in 2020. And yes, he had the miss at Tennessee from long range. But having that weapon back is a security blanket for the offense.
Well, you look at great kickers over the history of Alabama, and it was obviously an Achilles heel early on for Nick Saban, but, Van Tiffin, Philip Doyle, Michael Proctor. I mean, he's in that category, right?
Yeah.
I would agree, yeah.
He had that one lull this year.
I haven't looked at the stats, but I would imagine his stats are as good as theirs or better.
I mean, I'd have to go back and compare, but I wouldn't be surprised at that.
82%, hard to beat that.
Yeah, and look, why not come back for another year and possibly win a national championship? Because, it's such an unknown when you're a kicker going into the NFL whether or not you're going to get drafted. I mean, most of these guys don't get drafted.
And he could be a situation, LT and Brownie, that NIL actually can keep him from give him another year in college, right? His money is is going to be a little different. Not really guaranteed to be on an NFL roster right off the bat, but could be guaranteed some money to be in Tuscaloosa. That's an NIL situation that you could say, okay, there you go. That's a good NIL win for Alabama.
He has had, this is an amazing number, in his career at Alabama, you talk about his place kicking, but he's kicked off 298 times, which is, what you think about that, 298 kickoffs is how many points Alabama has scored.
We're going touchbacks here?
Yeah, how many touchbacks do you think he has?
Of 298?
I've got to do some quick math here. Go ahead.
While you do the math quickly, Lunsford pulled it up. Reichard is the best field goal percentage of any Alabama kicker ever to kick more than one kick.
Well, there you go.
So somebody is 1 for 1 is what Lunsford is telling me.
I would say of 288, I would say 265.
298, I'm going to say 200.
142. I mean,
no, I was going to 200.
Yeah, keep in mind, though, now they've changed the rules with the fair catch inside the 20, or, it comes out to the 25. So a lot of times they're sky directional kicking to eliminate any return.
That's right.
Because even sometimes you kick in the end zone, it gets a return if it's too low. The number that blew me away, though, you mentioned touchbacks, because this is one of the most frustrating things to me as a football fan, watching football. You score, you've got all the momentum, everything's going right for you, and your kicker comes out and does what?
Kicks it out of bounds.
I freaking hate that.
Yep.
Ball on the 35. You're giving them the 35. He's only had 6 out-of-bounds kickoffs.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous number when you think about it. 298 kickoffs, only 6 have gone out of bounds.
And it feels like a lot of those came when he was dealing with that injury.
Maybe so. He didn't have one this year at all.
Yeah.
He did not kick one out of bounds this year at all.
And that goes back to the special teams that I think still cost USC that game the other day. We talked about it yesterday. What that kid was doing trying to field that kick at the 1 yard line, where if you just walk away and it either goes out of bounds or into the end zone, don't try to catch it at the 1 and then lose it out of bounds. And
I think he was afraid it was going to bounce back into play.
Yeah, it's always a possibility, and then it's a live ball at that point.
But, I mean, that was the difference in the game, that safety. That was the only way they could lose that game.
So your point, Brown, is not every kick is intended to go out of the back of the end zone. Sometimes you try to do things like that.
Yeah, once they change that rule, you're forced into a fair catch at that point. Even if I get you in the end zone, you can think about running it out. But if I sky it and you're inside the 15, you're basically forced into a fair catch because you don't get the run up on the ball. But kicking it out of bounds to me is one of the biggest mistakes in all of football. It's just, and I know what you're doing. You're directional kicking. Sometimes you're trying to get it in that front corner of the end zone. But that, I mean, it is just a killer because you've just scored. You've got everything going for you. And now you give the team the ball on the 35. He's only done that 6 times in his whole career.
A couple of more NFL decisions in just a second after LT tells us about Hemphill. He'll give out a lock later today. Basketball lock coming up from LT at the Lance Taylor. He told you how awesome he was on January the 2nd. So 2023 off to a good start at the Lance Taylor, brought to you by Hemphill.
Well, honestly, Dunaway basketball was not good yesterday. We hit our free lock. Dunaway always does this.
I love it when he does it.
Tennessee was a winner.
How did Dunaway do this? I'm just setting you up for
every
a
time
nice...
he hypes me up, though. Would you give me that, Brown?
No, it feels like every time Dunaway's like, Lance has been red hot.
On fire.
Or if he says, hey, who do you have last night? Was it a winner or a loser?
No, we had the loser.
Anyway, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones we trust to fix it right, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Do they make fire extinguishers like fake for movie sets that just blow out steam and not the white powder?
I'm sure they do.
I would love one of those to where anytime I'm setting you up for the lock read from Hemphill, I pull out, LT is on fire, and just blows steam at you.
It just blows to your face, though. It's reversed.
It comes right back at me.
Do we have a fire? We've got a fire extinguisher.
Well, we established we don't have an AED.
We got an AED coming, though.
Yeah, I know.
Our man Ben reached out.
I mean,
it's a free one, so I don't know if it'll work, but he says it's going to work.
I'm going to give Ben a little love from Stryker. He reached out and he said, look, we'll come and we'll install it. We'll show you guys how to use it. Hopefully you'll never have to use it. But it's always good to have on hand.
We're going to show us on Dunaway.
That's exactly. The chances are good you're going to have to use it on Dunaway. So let's lay down, Jim. Let's show everybody how to use it.
I can't do it. Call it.
Call it. Are you going to get exerted playing Madden? Did you lose yesterday, by the way? I left. I was like 14-0.
I did lose.
Oh, has Lunsford done his victory lap on social media yet?
29-28. Lunsford beat me.
Did he really? So he went for 2 late?
I will tell you, it's funny. People come by here, and we'll be drinking bourbon on a random Wednesday
At 1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock. Yesterday, the tenants across the hall, they came over. Hey, you got an IT guy? We got a computer problem. And Lunsford was
he's in the middle of
Madden. It was like 1:45 on a Tuesday, and he's like, "I'll be over there in a little bit. I got to finish this game."
We're in the third quarter.
10 minutes, he said. I'll be over in 10 minutes. And 30 minutes later, it's halftime. I said, you want to pause it for a second? We run over there real quick and you check on it. 21-0, and everyone's beating me up because I can't be beat, blah, 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 blah.
Did you not run some clock with Fournette, or did you keep throwing?
I didn't run clock. No, man, no. Some people would say maybe I let Lunsford come back and win. So
I picked off Brady 3 times. Ran the clock with Derrick Henry.
So that you guys would stop with the if I win the rest of it, 59-19, then everybody will go, but Lunsford beat him. There's a chance.
Well, 2 things. Did you go fix the computer?
I tried. I don't know what was wrong with it.
No.
Yeah, it must have serious issues.
It was
it's
a power
some old
issue.
HP. When you turn it on, it started yelling at you and beeping. So I don't know. It was weird.
Well, the other thing, I said this, I hadn't played Madden in 17 years. How real that game is now is
crazy. It's like watching I know. It's watching a TV
and then
game.
And how updated everything is, because I played with the Rams yesterday. No Cooper Kupp. I had to start Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, we're going to have to fix that part. We're fixing that, right? Where I can start who I want to start. I don't have to start who's actually, because my Dolphins have nobody available.
Can we have our all-time team? I can have Barry Sanders.
Miami has just signed Mike Glennon to the practice squad.
That guy's still around?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I thought he was coaching the Bills.
Mike Glennon. That's who Miami just signed to the practice squad today.
Guess who he quarterbacked? One of my biggest upset calls ever.
Oh, it was NC State in that Florida State game. Yep. Yeah. What was that, 2014?
That sounds right.
Yeah, 2013, 2014, sometime around there. No, the most realistic part of this game was when somebody tweeted or somebody texted to the group thread video of the game going final, and Lance said, "Man, you lost. I left at halftime." I was like, this is realistic. Lance left at halftime.
I did.
Yeah, it wasn't funny, though, when you were playing the other day and Tua went into the tent. That was pretty bad.
He's hurt right now.
He is
hurt. Of a hurt
he
player.
is hurt. All right.
State player, too.
More football when we come back here on the show as we continue. Not our football made-up video game that Lunsford lucked into winning yesterday. Or I let him win. We'll see how it plays out.
We'll see how that plays out.
We'll see how it plays out. But if I asked you to write down 10 teams for 2023, do you think, because you would have missed, we'll pull out the dry erase board. You write down 10 teams. Could you write down the 2 finalists? We'll take pictures of this.
So if I write down 10, the 2 finalists have to be in my 10.
For the 2023.
Yeah. I would have had TCU at this time last year.
You would have not. You're so full of crap. Because we as a group, all of you, the people that voted, all of you out there too, we had TCU 57th in our rankings. That means some of you had them ranked somewhere. I'd have to go back and look to see who had them ranked somewhere, but some of you had them ranked somewhere. But 57th as a group. So we missed on that by a little bit.
By the way, the Big 12 media had them 7th in the Big 12.
Yeah, we weren't the only ones that missed. The people that live with them missed.
So we're going to write down 10 names on our dry erase boards. And when we come back, we'll throw those 10 names out, and we'll see if we'll take the picture. We'll let Taylor document it to send it out, and we will see if we get the 2 finalists for the national championship next year in that 10. Seems easy, doesn't it?
It does, Jim. I mean, I'm halfway through already. We hadn't even gone to the break.
It seems easy. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. Some injuries to tell you about later when we get back into our college football playoff discussion, but one of them is Kendre Miller. He is questionable now, the big running back for TCU. They needed him back in the game. Precision can get you there.
Yeah, 2023, the new is a new year, and there are always new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember, the number 205-512-3885, the website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Did you tweak that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injure your elbow, shooting hoops in the backyard, or maybe finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics get your life back on track in 2023. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
We told you a couple of good basketball games tonight. Auburn a 7.5-point favorite on the road at Georgia, 5:30 on the SEC network tonight. Oklahoma's playing nationally ranked Iowa State at home. Oklahoma a 3-point favorite in that one. Maybe the best 2 games or the best 3 games on paper. A lot of good games tonight as I look at this. UConn and Providence, where UConn's a 5-point favorite on the road at Providence. Missouri and Arkansas. Arkansas a 7.5-point favorite at home to Missouri. And then Baylor, a cool 6-point favorite at home to nationally ranked TCU. Those lines brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag.
And you can go there and use code NEXTROUND and get that deposit bonus. On a deposit of $50 or more, you can receive a cash bonus that you can use instantly in your MyBookie account. And it's so simple, man. You just bet that deposit one time, and it's all yours. You can cash out, keep going with it, whatever you want to do. No strings attached. MyBookie.ag. Bet on the NFL, UFC, playoffs coming up, college football national championship, college hoops NBA, big cash prizes in that weekly online blackjack tournament. So many brands to choose from. You need a platform that just makes it simple and fun, and you win. That's MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That is MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. For that deposit bonus you can use right away. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Eric Ainge off the rails coming up later in the show. Joel Klatt at the top of the hour. But it seems like it's easy every year to pick the 10 teams that could possibly win the national championship. But here's TCU with a shot. coming up from 57th in our rankings with a shot coming up on Monday night to beat Georgia. And you know, there's occasionally a Cinderella that makes the Final Four, like Cincinnati. You know, I don't think anybody, maybe Cincinnati that year after what they did.
No, I'll tell you, this is the equivalent
in the top 10
of Butler's first year playing for the national championship.
Yep. So they made it to the Final Four, and they made it to the national championship game, Butler. So that's what TCU has done. So 2023 sneak peek. We'll right here before we even played this national championship game, give 10 teams in 2023 that we think can make it, and we'll see if we'll have some crossover, obviously. But we'll do tight shots. We'll go Brown, then LT, then me. Brown?
Hey, by the way, I hit my last I had UCLA in that. No, wait a minute. Who did I have? Who did UCLA play in the Sun Bowl?
I don't know.
Pitt. I had Pitt.
If you're going to pat yourself on the back, you need to make sure you're swinging the right hand.
I was unprepared for this. I had Pitt, who was a more than a touchdown underdog, won outright again. So the Brown Bandits finished the season on another win.
Whew, what a year. What a year.
No, it really was, Jim. I think if I am correct on this, I finished 12-4.
Maybe 13-4.
Could be 13-4.
I think you'd already hit 12-4.
Yeah, how about that?
12-4, 75%.
Hey, Lance, that was picking touchdown underdogs, and most of them won out. Right, I'm going to start with the Alabama Crimson Tide, Jim, because why? We're an Alabama show. Roll Tide, roll. Georgia is going to be my number 2. I got Ohio State, and these are in no order. I just wrote them. Ohio State, Clemson, and
Clemson
Southern
twice.
Cal.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'll be dang. Can you come back to me, please? That helps because I was down to 2.
It's not going well.
I don't have any duplication.
But I hit that pit.
Yeah, he did.
No, come back to me.
I mean, somehow it's going to be my fault that he wrote Clemson twice. If I hadn't, poke fun at him.
Yeah, I wouldn't have caught it either. I would have just kept going. Yeah. Can I go last?
Yeah, you can. So
So
LT's next.
I've got the obvious, the Alabama, the Ohio State, the Georgia, Clemson, but I'm going to throw in LSU.
I did too.
I think the way LSU ended this season, again, the loss to Texas A&M was bad, but Brian Kelly's got this thing. He has got a lot of talent, and I think they're going to get quarterback right. I've got USC. Again, the defense is going to be better this next year. I've got Florida State. The ACC the last couple of years has just been a crapshoot. And if Florida State can navigate it at 11-1 and win the ACC, they'd be there. And with Jordan Travis coming back, I think they got a shot. Cam Rising will be back for Utah. Utah will be right there in the mix.
Your off-season love for Utah is undefeated.
Yeah.
I mean, find a tight shot, please. Tight shot, please. Find you someone to love you like LT loves Utah in the offseason. Find you someone.
I will say back-to-back Rose Bowls for Utah. So say what you want.
But that's only because about the third-ranked team in the Pac-12.
I never watched the bronze medal game.
This is going to be huge to watch. Sam Hartman is actually going to go to Notre Dame.
That's right, yeah.
And once that happens, watch out for Notre Dame. They are going to be a player. They're finally going to have an elite quarterback. And then Wisconsin. I think in Luke Fickell's first year, the defense is going to be lights out again. You got to find a quarterback. That's been the problem. Braylon Allen will be one of the best running backs in college football. Wisconsin, I don't feel great about the bottom half of that.
Yeah, Notre Dame, Wisconsin, and Utah. I think you wasted.
No. There's one on yours that I do not have that is a mistake that I left them off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who?
Like I could replace the 10th one I wrote down.
Yeah.
I wish I'd put Notre Dame. But I was running through my head power conferences. So naturally, I forgot to even think about Notre Dame.
Yep.
Notre Dame, I wish I could replace my last.
You want me to go?
Back to Brown now. He's ready.
All right. So
I can't do mine because he would be sitting here staring at me the whole time.
I'm going to start with Alabama. Why? Because we're an Alabama show. Roll Tide, roll. No, I just did these off the top of my head. And I had Clemson twice at one point. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, Southern Cal. Those are easy, right? I added Florida State.
Only after you saw him, though.
Nope, not at all.
You did.
No.
No, okay.
No, I had an asterisk next to Oregon. You know what that asterisk was?
Several different teams?
Yeah, I wanted to go Florida State, but I went Oregon. So I was able to come back and add Florida State, so now I can take that asterisk away, Jim. LSU, Tennessee, Michigan, and Oregon. I think this is really easy. I think you way overthought it with Utah, Notre Dame, and Wisconsin. Waste of ink over there. I think one of these teams will win the national championship. 2 of these teams will play for the national championship. All 4 of your college football playoff teams are on this whiteboard right here. Make sure, here, I'm going to hold this so Taylor gets a good shot. All 4 of your college football playoff teams are on this board.
All right.
Bring this back next December and you'll see.
Here's mine. I didn't do any writing after, and I've told you the one I would want to take off is my last one for Notre Dame. SEC first, Georgia, Bama, LSU, Ohio State, Michigan. I mean, with what Michigan has coming back, with or without Harbaugh, maybe better without Harbaugh with them there. USC, Florida State, had them there before you even wrote them down. Oregon, Penn State.
Yeah, they're losing Clifford.
They
the
are.
Big Red Dog.
Which, by the way, is a benefit for them. Clifford is too inconsistent. New kid comes in. All those running backs, a lot of young talent winning the Rose Bowl.
I thought about Penn State.
Penn State's
Singleton's really, really good.
And I made the mistake of scrambling. I was thinking, where's my 10th one? Where's my 10th one? No Clemson for me. So I went North Carolina. But if I could change.
So you went Florida State, North Carolina in front of Clemson?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen DJU. And
now is this basketball?
No.
Oh.
And I've seen the second coming of DJU and Klubnik. They've got a quarterback problem at Clemson.
Have you watched North Carolina's defense?
I have.
Okay.
Gene Chizik in the offseason. But I would replace that with Notre Dame now. And then I think I have a really good list.
Yeah.
If I replace it with Notre Dame. Somewhere along the way, I feel like we have not only the national champions, but this year's TCU as well. I think Penn State's better without Clifford.
Yeah.
So
this is your winner right here.
We obviously wouldn't have had TCU last year.
Nope.
Cincinnati didn't play for the national championship, but we wouldn't have had them on the board.
No,
right?
we would not have. No,
They probably would have been in my top 10 going in.
This is where it goes back to chalk right here, though. The blue bloods of college football.
Yeah.
In fact, I could almost just live with this column right here, that far left column right there. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, USC feel really good.
Yeah. Let's live with going to a break here and talking to Joel Klatt at the top of the hour. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza.
Local pizza, local ingredients created by our friends, the Bajaya brothers. Just incredible food. You talked about the Hot Mama yesterday. I've never had it. Peppers, salami, fresh mozzarella, basil, oregano. Mike's Hot Honey Drizzle. How good is the Hot Mama?
The Hot Mama's good. Have you tried it?
I haven't tried it. That's what I was saying.
It is so good. It is my favorite one now. It is past the spicy Hawaii.
Okay, so I love the spicy Hawaiian. I love the Bajaya Special, which got the bacon, the grilled red onions, banana pepper rings. Look, just great salads. People rave about the wings, of course, the specialty pizzas. Get in. Again, it is a local pizza, local ingredient, sliced, 4 locations for you.
I had the pasta the other day. Pasta and a wedge. It was delicious. Right there at lunch. Landmine Believer says Dunaway just reversed Landmine Clemson right into the national title game. Dabo will think it's God, but really it's the Landmine.
Club Nick and the Heisman.
We're right back with Joel Klatt next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2, Joel Klatt joins us in just a second to talk college football with us, and what we saw was an amazing semifinals and what is coming up next in the national championship game Monday night out at SoFi.
Oh, I got some news on that, too.
And by the way, that's disappointing that we will not be at SoFi. Let me tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing, and then, Brownie, you give us the news about SoFi that apparently is going to be sad news.
It is. It's sad news for college football.
Okay. That is coming up after I remind you good news from our friend Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Remember this number. Some of you had roof damage last night, right? The bad storms blowing through the south, wherever you're watching us. Greg Nelson can get a local crew out there and take care of your roof today before the insurance company is able to get there. Protect your property and do it in a way that it's not going to impact your insurance coverage. Call Greg right now. Operator standing by, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. We always tell you to plan in ahead, though. Have that number on standby when storms blow through like they did last night so you can get Greg out there instantly, 205-542-3531, or just remember Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, best warranties, insurance companies trust him. That's why you need to call Greg when you need that free no-cost roof inspection. Free, no obligation. He'll do a roof inspection. But when you have storm damage like last night, call him up, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook.
So college football playoff, if you go to their game day site and look at their parking and things like that,
right?
Here are two things you are going to find. RVs/recreational vehicles will not be allowed to park at SoFi Stadium for the 2023 National Championship game. I mean, that's a joke, man. You're not going to let – I mean, that's his –
They just don't understand college football.
They don't understand college football.
Okay, say that again for us.
I said they don't understand college football.
Yeah, it's a total joke that you're not going to let RVs park. So stupid.
Okay, yeah, that sounds stupid.
It is stupid. That's why it sounds that way.
But how many people from Georgia are taking the SEC, RV world on the road to L.A.?
Well, none now because they're not going to be allowed to park there.
I know. I don't think this is that big a deal. I mean, if we were playing that game in a drivable distance from the great SEC land, but nobody's going to pile up in the RV and drive cross country for this game on Monday night.
Well, I mean, a few people.
People might. They do it a lot.
But here's the thing. I mean, how full is that parking lot going to be?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, most people are going to be taking car services.
Well, here's the other thing. Tailgating will not be allowed in any SoFi Stadium parking lot.
Well, I mean,
tailgating.
Now, is that normal for the
no.
For the Rams game?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, Rams fans are allowed to tailgate.
I don't know. I don't know anything about Rams fans, but I don't really care about the Rams games because this is a college football game.
Yeah. Well, I understand.
Where tailgating is a birthright. It's in our blood.
Well, maybe we're trying to keep that stadium clean.
It's in our blood.
Well, my question is, is how much of those parking lots are actually being used for other things?
Yeah, you could have multiple stages.
Like there's pregame concerts, things like that. I mean, that may be eating up what is called SoFi Stadium parking lots.
Yeah, well, I tell you what we've done. We've made this so antiseptic, this college football playoff. We shouldn't be playing in places that can't. If your stadium can't have a concert and we tailgate, we're not playing in your stadium. That's the way we should do this going forward. And if we can't park RVs, sorry, we're not using your stadium.
But like when we're at Mercedes-Benz Stadium right here in the hotbed of the
Tons
SEC.
of tailgating, yeah.
Yeah, but is that technically Mercedes-Benz parking stadium, or is that second vendors across the street?
Don't really know, but we got places to tailgate.
Yeah, I think there is a difference there because SoFi owns all of that property.
Yeah, no, I think those across the street are owned by Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I don't know, but the college football playoff, you can buy those parking spots from the college football playoff, and people tailgate there. Stupid that we're playing at a stadium where you can't tailgate and you can't park your RV.
Joe Klatt coming up here in just a second. Your headlines out there: Alabama basketball wins last night easily. 84-62 over Ole Miss, number 7 in the country. They now get Kentucky, who comes to town this weekend. Kentucky getting the win last night over LSU, 74-71. Auburn in action tonight at Georgia, 5:30. SEC Network, Auburn Network on that one. Bruce Pearl is really good over in Athens, 10-4 all-time. Katie Johnson back for a second time, the one-time Georgia guard there. And then some concern going into the national championship game for TCU running back Kendre Miller, who left the game the other day against Michigan. He's questionable with a knee injury, tried to go in the second half, couldn't really go. The backup, though, came in, ran for 150 yards and a touchdown, just a physical running performance by the Horned Frogs. And they'll try to do it again against the Georgia Bulldogs coming up on Monday night. Those are your headlines. Let's talk to our buddy Joel Klatt.
And Klatt joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie.ag, code next round when you sign up for that sign-up bonus. MyBookie.ag, code next round. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline wearing a Buffalo Bills hat in support of Damar Hamlin. Very nice hat, too, even as a Dolphins fan. Klatt, I'll tell you, that's a nice hat.
Well, listen, I appreciate that. Yeah, just... obviously scary. Been thinking about him a lot, and thought I'd represent a little bit here.
Yeah, well done. So you got to see TCU some. You got to see Michigan a lot. Watching that game play out, was there any part of you that thought that game could play out that way?
Yeah, I mean, going in, the blueprint for me, and this is, by the way, the same blueprint that you have to have against Georgia. Michigan and Georgia are similarly built, although Georgia's a better version and has the ability to be a bit more resilient, in particular on offense. But you've got to play the game on your terms and not their terms. You can't go in there and out Georgia, or out Michigan. And so TCU is going to have to play from the lead, and they were able to do that. That got Michigan out of sorts to a large extent. I was surprised at how quickly the Michigan coaching staff panicked a little bit. Their game plan as far as running the ball and the schematics with which they were trying to run the ball, in particular on normal downs in the first half, was very vanilla. I thought it was arrogant at times, the way they were trying to run the ball. And that really hurt them, and it put McCarthy in a bad position, and then he started forcing the ball. So there was a bit of panic there, and he starts kind of forcing it around. I talked with Jesse Minter actually after the game, the defensive coordinator, and he admitted kind of what I felt from him in the third quarter, which was that Michigan panicked a little bit on defense and started running some pressures and throwing some risk reward defenses out there that I hadn't seen much of, to be honest, most of the year. And a lot of that was they felt like they needed to get it all back right away. So TCU did exactly what they needed to do. And then when you look at kind of the Georgia matchup, for me, listen, Georgia's the better team. They're favored and should be. Having said that, though, that when you actually really dive in, you're like, okay, TCU's got something here. They've got a wide receiver that can cause some problems. They've got a quarterback that can cause some problems, in particular with his legs, and a defense that I think is, at least in the back half of the season, better than we think, or better than their numbers suggest. We saw that against Michigan. We saw that against Texas. Think about that. Two pretty good rushing teams, and they were stellar against both in the back half of the season, stopping the run. So it'll be interesting to see, but there's no world in which TCU can get behind in this game and win the game. They've come back 5 times in the second half this year. You can't do that against Georgia. They're going to have to do the exact same thing to Georgia as what they did to Michigan.
Yeah, look, I don't think there's a world where TCU can beat Georgia, but I've been saying this about TCU all year, like a lot of people, Klatt. But when you look at TCU, I was really impressed with their offensive line against Michigan. I mean, not only did they rush for 253, they only gave up 1 sack. If the offensive line plays like that, and you mentioned Quentin Johnson, it seems like big-time receivers give Georgia problems. If Marvin Harrison doesn't go down, I think Ohio State wins the game. You go back to Jamison Williams last year in the national championship game. They were having problems with him. They had problems with him, obviously, in the SEC championship game. So if those things match up, TCU's offensive line plays great, and Quentin Johnson is Quentin Johnson that we've seen the entire year. Maybe they got a shot.
Yeah, I'm with you on everything that you just said, right? Like, there's no way in the world I'm picking against Georgia in this game. There's no way. Having said that, the Johnston piece is interesting only because of the track record that Georgia has had with these, wide receivers that can hurt them in one-on-one situations. That's what you have to do. You have to win one-on-one situations. Georgia does such a great job of being able to play sound structures. And you can do that when you don't have to borrow any element of your defense to help any other element of your defense. You don't have to borrow from the passing game to help stop the run. You don't have to borrow from your safeties in order to get outside and stay over the top of wide receivers to help your corners, things of that nature. And when you see performances like what you saw from Jameson last year in the SEC championship game and then early in the national championship game, when you see what Marvin Harrison was doing, what ends up happening is that Georgia has to borrow from elements of their defense to help against a really good wide receiver. Well, when you do that, as is the case with most teams, by the way, you borrow from an element and a team, and you saw this with Ohio State, can start to take advantage of other areas. It's not just that player going off, but it's also what that player creates in terms of the structure of the defense. So when they have to manipulate the structure of the defense, then all of a sudden Xavier Johnson has a positive matchup right down the middle of the field. Emeka Ibuka started getting loose a little bit. You saw that little slide route. He runs that for a touchdown. All of that is because Harrison is on the field, and Georgia has to match up a very certain way. I believe Georgia will go into this game feeling like, okay, we're not going to go and just manipulate right away. We're going to see if we can play our normal style of defense. And this is why you see those guys go off, in particular in first quarters. We're going to see if we can hold up and win the one-on-one before we manipulate our structure. So in the first quarter, TCU has to attack with Johnston, right? And they will, by the way. They're going to take a shot. They're going to probably take a few shots. They've got to connect. If they don't connect on those shots to Quentin Johnston early, they will not win the game. Their only avenue is making sure that they're manipulating the structure of Georgia's defense by creating explosive pass plays with Quentin Johnston early in the game.
When Kirby was the DC in Tuscaloosa, they had a problem with mobile quarterbacks, guys who could take the ball in his hands and run and throw it and do a little bit of both. It seems like it has not been as big a problem for him as the head coach at Georgia. Other than just changing area code, what has Kirby changed about the way he coaches defense to where the mobile quarterback doesn't kill him like it did in Tuscaloosa?
That's a great question. I think that defenses have changed a little bit. You've got more often eyes on the quarterback as far as spies, and not just one player, but they'll run a stunt on the defensive line. And there's now a technique on the defensive line where it might not look like a designated spy against the quarterback, but two of the rushers are not trying to get to the quarterback. They literally just stand up, kind of press up, and then they're just waiting for a potential quarterback run. And maybe one of the other guys is trying to get to the quarterback, in particular when you're dropping 7 in coverage or even 8 in coverage. So that's number one. And then number two, I think it's the speed that they have. And I'm not saying Alabama was slow, but those Alabama defenses were more traditionally built in a lot of ways, at linebacker in particular. And I think that the speed that Georgia has at linebacker, and I might be off on that one a little bit, but their speed helps in that way. But let's make no mistake about it. Like, the reason Ohio State's in position to win is because C.J. Stroud was running the football.
Yes.
Right? So he ran cover 2 man late in that game. And as soon as I see cover 2 man, even a slow guy like me as a quarterback, I know there's no quarterback player. So as soon as a quarterback sees 2 man, he's one in the progression. And if it ain't there, he's gone. He's running. Stroud made a really smart decision. He scoots up in the pocket and he takes off and he gets a big game. So some of that is structure as well. I believe that Max Duggan is going to threaten Georgia's defense as well as anybody that they've played this year because of his ability to be balanced. He's throwing the ball for over 50% when he throws it 20 yards or more down the field. Okay, so you've got to have coverage. You've got to have safe coverage. Is one of the best in college football at throwing the ball down the field. He's also one of the scrappiest runners in college football. And that combination is something that Georgia has not seen so far this year. And so he's going to have to play great. Like, listen, this is a very narrow path for TCU, but they do have some of the pieces that you could say could threaten Georgia in a certain way. Johnston being one of them, a good offensive line being the other. You were correct in that. They got a transfer from SMU with Sonny Dykes named Alon Ali at center, who really anchors them up front. They're a veteran group, pretty physical, I think more physical than people realize. And then the key is always Duggan. Like, Duggan is just a competitor, guys. He's a gritty competitor. You see some of the plays he made, and it wasn't always with his legs against Michigan, but when they're sending all-out blitzes, he's backpedaling, and like delivering really great, accurate throws on those crossing routes, which is what allowed Johnston to break a tackle and go the distance.
Yep.
So do they have the pieces? Yes.
Joel Klatt is with us. College Football on Fox is where you see Klatt. He is with us courtesy of mybookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up to get that deposit bonus. You can use it right away. mybookie.ag, code next round. So you're in a game where points are a lot of points are being scored. You're going up and down the field, and Kirk Herbstreit continues to say in that game, where is Brock Bowers? And Klatt, he might be maybe the best player in America. I don't know. He's one of them. Why is it that Brock Bowers seems to disappear often for Georgia?
I don't think Todd Monken does a great job with Brock Bowers.
Okay.
I just don't. I believe either that or Stetson doesn't understand what he has in a teammate. One of the two is true, because that guy, let's just put it this way. I don't think that there is a series. Let's say you get 12 possessions, heck, 14 possessions. You cannot have a possession that he's not targeted at a minimum once. And if the series goes past 6 plays, twice. Like, you can't, and that means like pitch him a screen, hand it to him, throw it to him, target him, run a concept. Now, that being said, it's easier said than done, because a lot of defenses are going to focus on what he's doing. But in particular, once Washington went out, like, he's got to be targeted. This is what Ohio State did so well with Marvin Harrison Jr. early and really all year. Like, he was the focal point. As soon as it's third down, it was 3 receivers to one side, Harrison to the other. And you're forcing the defense to declare. You're like, well, how are we going to do this? Are we going to double cover him? Or are we going to leave him in one-on-one situations? So Todd's got to do a better job from a formation standpoint, which I thought he did in the SEC championship game, by the way. He moved him around a little bit. He was in line. He was at the point in a bunch set. They moved him out wide in a stack, and he did a nice job. But you cannot have a series. It's the national championship game. He's the best player on the field. Again, like on the field, I think even better than maybe Quentin Johnston. He's the most impactful player on the field. If he doesn't get targeted on every single series, that is a massive mistake in game plan and or decision-making from the quarterback.
Random question here, but Jim Harbaugh meets with the Carolina Panthers. Hypothetically, if he takes that job, and a lot of people believe he will, who gets the Michigan job? If you were hiring for Michigan, who would you go after?
I have no idea. That's a great question. I was actually going through this exercise with a couple of people I work with yesterday, just talking about, hey, okay, so what do we think about this? First of all, I do think that his interest in the NFL is being overblown. I'll say that. He might take it. I can't tell you definitively, but I can tell you that I would be surprised if he's not the coach at Michigan next year. Based on my personal conversations with him. Okay. This is not about a source or anything along those lines. It's a personal conversation. Now let's walk through a little bit. And I know you asked me a different question, but I just want to say, like, I believe that what's going on right now is a direct result that he doesn't have a contract or hasn't signed a contract or maybe hasn't been offered a contract at Michigan that is commensurate with where he has put Michigan in the last 2 years. He took that massive pay cut, remember, he cut his pay by half and went incentive based. He gave all of the incentive, by the way, all of his bonus money last year after he went to the playoff and won the Big Ten. He gave it back to the athletic department so that they could help all the people that had to get furloughed during and after COVID. Okay, so he took all of that and gave it back to the school. I believe that there's a stalemate between Ward Manuel, the athletic director, and Jim Harbaugh right now. That's what I believe, okay? And this is not from inside sources. Jim has told me several times he wants to be at Michigan and he wants to finish his career at Michigan. I believe his flirtation with the NFL last year was genuine, and once it ended, he wanted to be at Michigan. He's going to have a top 2 team in the country coming back. You know, I mean, that's a really good young team. They've got great players coming in the transfer portal, and he's got a really good young staff. It doesn't make sense to me why he would go jump into a unstable NFL fit without a great quarterback, even though he succeeded in that environment, in particular without a great quarterback in prior years. It still doesn't make any sense to me. So, like, why is this going on? Well, because he doesn't have a contract that is one like bigger than Ryan Day's. He doesn't have a contract that is, you know, equal to some of the top 3 contracts in college football. So, like, is it more in line with that? Is he negotiating harder with Michigan right now than he is having, quote, conversations with NFL teams? That could be possibly it. And I think that this narrative is more agent driven than anything else. Again, I think I've done 11 or 12 Michigan games in the last 2 years. I did a bunch this last year, I believe 7 of Michigan's games this last year. And based on my conversations with Jim, I don't think he wants to go coach in the NFL. But I think that anybody in his position would be looking around saying like, hey, you know, I've built what has become the second best program in the country, at least record-wise, in the last 2 years in college football. Probably should be paid commensurate with what a coach that does that is getting around the country, especially when Lincoln Riley's getting $10 million and Mel Tucker is getting what he's getting. Why should Jim Harbaugh sit there and say, I'll be the second highest paid coach in my own state? That doesn't make any sense.
Tulane beating USC and TCU in the national championship game. Does that get you really excited for the 12-team playoffs?
No, it does. I think that what we've done is I think too often we talk about the transfer portal in terms of why we don't like it, why it creates a mess, and in combination with NIL, why it's like, oh, you know, we need rules and all this stuff. Well, the transfer portal has created some parity in a real way right away. Think about the turnarounds that we had in college football this year from Washington, USC, TCU. I mean, these are massive turnarounds. Obviously, I'm hoping that continues with the Buffs. We coming. But I will tell you that, like, I think that we need to do a better job or find a better way. You know, I always look at like the 24/7 composite rankings. It's like, well, you know, what are these rosters from a talent compilation? And we need to do a better job of reevaluating based on portal and like, what are these guys actually getting? Like, for instance, if a kid comes in as a 5-star and is in his 3rd year and he's not playing, well, why should he count as a 5-star towards the composite? You know, it's in particular when a 3-star player like Jordan Davis, you know, heck, you know, and then all of a sudden he's the best defensive lineman in the country. Like, shouldn't our metrics and our evaluation reflect that? Now, it's hard to do because it's a big and wide sport. But the portal has made it such that if you've got the core right, you can supplement that core and really make a run, in particular if you win close games. And that's what we're seeing out of some of these teams. So yeah, it does get me excited. I think it's good for the sport. The traditional model with the 4-team playoff was consolidating all the talent into 6 places, and that was bad for the sport. And now what you see is, like, even though, yeah, like Georgia might win and everyone's like, well, see, it's still Georgia. Well, that's fine. But the year was different. You and I both know it. Tennessee was way better. Like, think of the parity in college football this year was way different than what we've seen in previous seasons.
Say it. You just had to get rid of Alabama. That's what you wanted, and it happened. And,
well, no,
and
I mean,
freed everything up.
They'll be back. I mean, they'll be back. The pressure might be on them next year now, though. They haven't gone 3 years without a title since they won their first.
Yeah, Nick Saban hot seat.
That's wild.
Nick Saban hot seat. Yep.
No. Stop. You just put words in my mouth. That is, I'm not going to let you guys do that. Not even in the new year.
He is Joel Klatt. Follow him on Twitter at Joel Klatt, see him on Fox Sports. Thank you very much, Klatt. Have a great weekend.
I appreciate it, guys. Happy New Year.
All right, buddy. You too. Klatt with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Use that code next round when you sign up at MyBookie.ag. Get a bonus. You can use it right away when you deposit with code next round at MyBookie.ag.
And our friends at the University of Montevallo reminding you into a new year now. It's time, if you've got a senior or a rising senior, to start thinking about college. Montevallo is a perfect place to find out why you belong there. Small class size is going to help your son or daughter academically. Wonderful student life with sororities and fraternities. New buildings like a multi-million-dollar theater department, broadcasting school, business school, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Schedule that in-person tour. Beautiful weather, beautiful campus. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Rolling along on the Next Round today, we will talk about the aftermath of what has happened with Damar Hamlin in an NFL game coming up in our next segment. Critical condition ICU, still in the Cincinnati hospital. Everyone's still thinking about and offering their prayers to him and his family. That GoFundMe, by the way, for Hamlin's charity, now over $6 million
Incredible.
in donation on the GoFundMe their account. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Rockstar's viewing menu every day. Also brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or check out his incredible art today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
At 7 p.m. on Fox, you've seen the tease for that new show, World's Toughest Test, where they go and do it. Like Carly Lloyd's in
Dwight
it.
Howard.
Jamie Lynn Spears is in it.
Somebody gets kicked off the first night.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Oh, no. Well, I'm definitely going to tune in. Well, that starts tonight. Then Netflix has a new documentary we can't hear enough about. Madoff, the Monster of Wall Street. It's supposed to be, it says part 1. So I don't know if they're going to be multiple episodes. I guess so. And then on HBO Max, one that Lunsford's seen, I think it's Ralph Fine, The Menu. How was that?
Yes, it's probably a top 5 movie of the year for me.
Ooh,
wow!
It's a horror movie, but it's, I guess I would say, a smart horror movie. It's not one that's like bloody or anything like that, but it's very, very good.
See, I heard Ralph Fiennes is great in it, but I heard the movie's not good.
Oh no, it's really, really good. He's good. John Leguizamo's in it. Anya Taylor-Joy, that's the main girl. She's good. Nicholas Holt's good. I mean, everybody's good in it. Really good.
Interesting. I did something yesterday I said I wasn't going to do.
Me too.
You killed a man.
I watched 1883.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Well, why did you? I thought you'd already watched it and didn't like it.
No, I had never seen it. I wasn't going to watch it because of Faith Hill and Tim McGraw.
Oh.
And I had somebody I was talking to 1923 about, and they were like, you got to watch 1883. And I said, if you watch 1923, I'll try out 1883.
That was a good trade by you. So what'd you do?
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of dates there.
I know.
1883, 1923.
1563 is supposed to be the legit.
Here's what I didn't realize. So 1883, I thought it was just, and I guess it is the inception of the Dutton family, but it's more the Oregon Trail.
Yeah, getting out there.
Yeah.
I used to play that video game in school. I liked it.
Boy, I will tell you,
you could die of dysentery in a heartbeat.
You got a better chance of, one chick got bit on her ass by a rattlesnake last night.
That's right, yeah. It was tough on the Oregon Trail.
Lights out, too. You better chance of winning the lottery than surviving the Oregon Trail.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. You remember how tough the video game was. I mean, just imagine being in real life. You had to caulk your wagon. You get attacked by Indians. You die of dysentery. You run out of food. I mean, all kinds of crap could get you.
Yeah,
Blizzards.
Faith Hill was annoying. I thought Tim McGraw was pretty good, though.
Yeah.
I mean, and Sam Elliott.
Yeah. He's good in anything.
And Billy Bob Thornton was in an episode last night, so I thought it was pretty good.
Did you make it to the scene where they had cattle rustlers, people that came and tried to steal their horses and cattle? I don't know how early on it is.
When they're out in the wilderness and they have a campfire, does Faith sing some songs around it just to entertain the boys?
Just breathe.
you could only hope. I haven't seen that yet.
No.
Take Tommy Thompson.
That's a good episode. It's a good episode.
Hey, did anybody watch Kaleidoscope? Because I checked out the reviews were awful.
I watched one last night. Yeah, it's got a 17% on Rotten Tomatoes. The menu has like an 89 on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't know where you're hearing it's bad, but I watched Yellow. I found an order online and I said, sure, I'll start with Yellow. And it's 6 weeks before the heist. I mean, it's okay. It needs some work, but
work.
I'll keep watching it.
So Lunsford and Lance, did you like Severance?
I loved it.
Yeah, I thought it was awful, but I did. But
it was awesome.
No, it was just miserable.
Incredible.
It was terrible, and I kept plugging because I just wanted to see how it ended. 8 terrible, boring episodes for one great payoff. That 9th episode was phenomenal. Leading up to that was, I mean, I was falling asleep.
That's just his style.
I thought it got better each and every episode.
No, it was awful. But that 9th episode was a great payoff. I can't believe I invested the other 8 to get to that one, though.
No, that's sort of his style is
boring.
Is that build up to that
slow burn,
that episode?
Ooh,
yeah,
God, slow burn doesn't even describe it.
I mean,
Rockstar.
the White Lotus is the same way.
Is that the same guy?
No, I don't know. The same guy.
It's Ben Stiller that did Severance.
Yeah. But White Lotus is the same.
I'm glad you love his style.
No, I'm just saying
like Ben Stiller's style is comedy, not Severance.
No, the style of just starting really slow, and then each episode has a little bit more into it, and then by the last one, you're like, I don't want. It's going too fast now. Slow it down.
No. But I watched the 9th episode, and I'm like, okay, I'll come back for season 2 because I want to see how they tie this up. But my gosh, I can't do another 8 episodes like I had to do in season 1. It was awful. Jeez, just get to it.
So good.
They could have done 3 episodes. It would have been fine. My gosh.
I watched the.
Get to it.
I watched the Hulu version, Flashman's in Trouble, last night. 2 episodes.
I keep seeing that when I'm watching Justified.
Yeah.
Is it good?
I don't know if you guys would like it. It's more of a.
What's it about?
It's not a romantic comedy.
Claire
it's
Danes is in it, right?
Sort of a dark comedy. She's sort of in it.
Does she play crazy in it?
She's we don't know yet. 2 episodes in, we don't know what she plays in it yet. She's not around a lot.
Yeah. She plays crazy. We've always said she plays crazy way too
Homeland,
good.
She was incredible.
But I liked it, man. 2 episodes. He's got a. No, I can't even say. I'm just saying he's enjoying a dating app right now. I'll just say that.
Oh, Tinder.
Does it rhyme with the binder?
That's what Rockstar is watching. Brought to you by our friends at New Life.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore. For more information and to check out his incredible work, danielmooreart.com.
I'll ask you guys the same question that I asked Klatt, but let me remind you, if you're looking for better health right now in 2023, Way to Wellness can help you lose a few pounds, get your blood pressure in check, get your cholesterol in check as well, get some good numbers there with the blood work, and just lose some weight. Start dropping a few pounds to be ready for the pool, the lake, the ocean this year. You can do that with our friends at Way to Wellness. Real easy. Just go to this website, planforme.com. planforme.com. Leslie and her board-certified team will set you up there with a free consultation. And here's the best part. No contract, no sign-up fees. If you don't like it, get out right when you don't like it. I love it. You will too. It's Way to Wellness, planforme.com, planforme.com, your journey to healthy living. Okay, so I asked Klatt, are you more excited now about the 12-team playoff after what we've seen this offseason? Because Tulane obviously was able to beat a blue blood, so they would have advanced. You saw what TCU has been able to do. Oh, by the way, Alabama seemed like they fixed a lot of their problems here at the end, and they would be kicking and going strong in this 12-team playoffs as well. Does this, what we've seen this year, excite you more for the 12-team playoff?
My dad asked me that question because Tulane and USC, my dad texted me and said something like, hey, this is the game. This is the type of game we'll get in a 12-team playoff. I said, do you want me to excite you even more? And he said, yeah. I said, that game would have been in the LA Coliseum, not in some sanitary bowl. I guess LA Coliseum's anything but sanitary. But it wouldn't be in like some boring bowl. It would be actually on campus, that game would have been. So, yeah, that gets me super excited.
Yeah. LT, does it get you excited?
Yeah, I mean, look, I was excited before, but I said this yesterday. I mean, we can officially, with NIL, transfer portal, I mean, things have changed. I mean, we have parity now in college football.
Yeah, we do. But, I mean, doesn't that excite you to know that game would have been at the Coliseum?
Yeah, but I'm okay with playing games wherever. I mean, it's an exciting time. I thought that was a fun game. The Tulane fans who traveled to Dallas was good, but, they wouldn't have been as many of them at the LA Coliseum. I find the Tulane fans probably a little bit more exciting than I do the USC fans because they were hungrier.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm excited about on-campus stuff.
Bama K-State would have been at Bryant-Denny Stadium. I mean, that was not a great game, but, I mean, just the fact that it was on campus. So when you start watching it with that in mind and realize those games we're watching, Tennessee and Clemson, would have been first-round games, yeah, that gets me super excited.
LT, you want to go ahead and flip the script here, and we'll talk a little to the doc here?
Yeah, Dr. David Fieno, cardiologist, joins us. Everybody knows what's going on with Damar Hamlin, still in stable or in critical condition right now. Dr. Fieno, we appreciate you coming on the next round. Were you watching when Damar Hamlin went down Monday night, and what were your initial thoughts?
Honored you guys would have me on the show. Yes, so the coincidences are incredible. I am actually from Cincinnati. I'm born and raised. And when I was studying cardiology at Cedars-Sinai during my training, I gave a presentation on commotio cordis. I was very concerned about the player because I always kind of take a big, deep breath when someone gets hit hard. But initially, I felt like there wasn't a big problem because he popped right up. When you watch the videos later, you see him collapse completely, and sort of as a doctor, you know that something is a lot more serious here. Where I became concerned was when the huge crowd of people came out and you saw that there was something serious that had happened.
It is. Initially, they had thought they had to revive him twice. Actually, now the family has said it was just once. I mean, obviously the medical personnel at the field Doc, saved his life. I mean, I don't think there's any other way to put it right now. He's still fighting for his life. He would not have had that fight in most other situations. I mean, that's one that would get you very, very quickly. Am I wrong about that?
You're 100% right. You know, one of the things that's difficult about this situation is that sometimes it's tricky recognizing a cardiac arrest versus a primary neurological arrest, like a seizure or being knocked unconscious. And having some familiarity with sports medicine, having the honor to work with Dr. Mike Patterson with the Birmingham Irons when they were here in town, that triage is absolutely critical. If a patient doesn't have a pulse and if they are otherwise demonstrating symptoms that indicate their heart has stopped completely, starting CPR and early defibrillation is absolutely critical to their survival. There's no question that eventually got recognized. And I think a lot of what we're seeing is the recovery right now of stunned myocardium. So that means that there's been some injury to it. And hopefully we find out that the brain injury is the same way. Hopefully it's all reversible. And because he's so young and in such peak physical condition, we see a nice recovery. I think the 72 hours after the incident is going to tell us an awful lot.
Doc, we've had a lot of viewers who have started telling us personal stories. I was at a baseball game and a young man took a line drive back to the chest, or another football incident with a head to the chest, or, maybe even, just something on a playground and fall and hit the chest. How precarious is that hard blow to the chest, to the heart area? Is this something that you see frequently, or how rare is it?
Well, commotio cordis, which obviously is the buzzword right now in sports medicine, with this unfortunate young man's situation, it is something all doctors know about. I have a 15-year-old son who plays varsity football at John Carroll here in Birmingham. And I think every cardiologist, every doctor, every sports medical person is aware of the condition. It's all about timing. And depending on when that direct blow happens to the left side of the chest, or if the heart is displaced to the center or to the right of the chest, when that blow occurs in the setting of the cardiac cycle is what dictates whether the patient, the player, will go from a normal rhythm to a non-perfusing rhythm, either ventricular tachycardia or ventricular fibrillation. So it's both a matter of the nature of the strike, whether it's in football, there's an unfortunate practice called spearing, where a player will try to tackle them with their helmet directly to the chest. And that's where it's been documented. In baseball, with the obvious velocity of the ball with a hit or a strong throw. In karate and in the martial arts in MMA and in boxing. But unfortunately, it can happen with any sport. And when I do my pre-op physicals with my high school and grade school patients that I see, that I've had the honor of seeing over the last 13 years, commotio cordis is actually something I discuss with every one of my players, because there's no way to mitigate that risk. There's quite a bit of talk right now about whether or not there may be other factors that are at play. But I unfortunately, I think this one was just timing was everything. And this young man got struck, with the shoulder pad of the other player. And it just happened at exactly that time.
So you do think, and we're talking to cardiologist Dr. David Fieno, just a couple of more moments here, your expertise, it was the hit, it was not a pre-existing condition.
There's no way to tell for sure. You're definitely asking the right question, right? I tell people this all the time, and I haven't had a chance to examine this young man or talk to his family or talk to the doctors in Cincinnati. Obviously, that would be a HIPAA violation. But as a physician and seeing this, for at least the last 15 years, even longer than that, my best guess is that at the very least, the straw that broke the camel's back was the hit. Now, could there been a medley of things leading up to that, an underlying cardiac condition, some effect from a toxin, or God forbid, an ingested substance? There's some discussion of post-vaccine reactions, having a scar in the heart that would predispose somebody to a ventricular cardiac arrest like this, all I see is the train wreck. I don't know if a car went across the way or if the train lost control or what happened. I think right now, most everybody's thoughts and prayers are, including mine, are with this patient, with their team, with the family, with the doctors taking care of them bravely in Cincinnati. And, I think what's on his side right now is youth as you said, a superb group of medical personnel. And then it all really raises our awareness of just how dangerous these sports are and how we have to really be cautious with direct hits to the chest of any kind.
Dr. Fieno, before you go, overnight the family said he was weaned from 100% oxygen to 50%. I view that as a very positive sign. Obviously, I do not have a medical degree. Is that as positive a sign as we want it to be?
Oh my gosh. Again, I haven't had a chance to talk to their doctors there in my hometown of Cincinnati. Obviously, like if I were taking care of you, I would tell you, yes, I would like to see the oxygen requirements go from 100% to 50%. I understand they're doing prone ventilation right now too. That's where the patient is on their belly, and it allows the lungs to expand differently. The biggest thing we all have to be aware of is this young man's neurological prognosis. And what I mean by that is, was his brain damaged in the context of not having enough blood flow going to it and coming from it? And what we really need to be aware of and praying for is that there's a recovery of his neurological status so that he can interact with us just the same way we're talking right now, so that he can tell us what he's feeling, and ultimately so that he can be back with his family, his friends, and ideally back even to playing. And then at that time, I think if I were involved in his care, I would initiate a full cardiac workup, including looking for some of these subtle things, scars in the heart, subtle arrhythmias, things like that. And I think what we're going to see in the next, I would say 48 to 72 hours is he starting to overbreathe the ventilator? For example, is he starting to trigger the ventilator on his own? That means that his neurological system, the reticular activating center in the back of the head, is starting to kick in. Is he starting to blink his eyes? Can he move his arms? Can he wince to pain? I think the pulmonary finding is great. I'm glad it's going in that direction. What I'm most interested in right now for this patient and for his family's sake is being able to give him that neurological prognosis.
Cardiologist Dr. David Fieno, great information. Really appreciate that. Good luck with the ping pong game. We hear you're a world championship player, ping pong.
Well, thank you so much, Ed. I really am honored to be on the show. Please call me anytime.
You got it. Thank you, Dr. Fieno. Take care. He was with us on the Johnston RV Center.com.
And that was
hotline.
brought to you by Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Great sponsor here, Dr. Michael Patterson. He mentioned him here. Got us hooked up with that interview. So appreciate that.
We appreciate the fine folks at Precision Sports who's with us every day here on the show. A quick break. When we come back on the next round, we continue our football conversation. Later, Todd Fuhrman from out in the desert about this big, crucial final week in the National Football League and the national championship game in college football. Fuhrman will be with us in his normal slot coming up today at 12 noon Central right here on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round show, being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Just remember the name Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, and his team fix it. They fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. Man, you can't beat those guys. Adam, Chad, and the folks at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. Auburn in action tonight against Georgia, 5:30 on the SEC network there. Auburn number 5 in defense of the three-point shot in the nation, not in the SEC, in the nation, taking on Georgia tonight. Alabama dominant last night against Ole Miss. They'll get Oscar Tshiebwe and Kentucky on campus coming up at 12 noon Saturday. That game, national TV, ESPN, coming up from Coleman Coliseum this weekend. Should be a very interesting crowd there. By the way, for UAB basketball, and I assume we talked to Andy Kennedy at some point later this week.
Yeah, it's going to have to be Friday. He could not make their traveling today. They play tomorrow, so I think we're going to try to do something Friday after the FAU game. That's a big game for them.
It is. As I was going to say, FAU is their biggest game maybe left on their schedule as far as their opportunity to increase their resume. FAU 38 in the KenPom today. It'll be the highest rated KenPom team UAB faces until hopefully the NCAA tournament. So a big game tomorrow for the Blazers down there in South Florida. All right, so back to our discussion about the college football playoffs and TCU. Let's go ahead and make this our Dr. Pepper countdown to the kickoff of the national championship game, where Brown is right. The number has dwindled down to 12.5. It was up to 14.5. I don't think it had happened yet, but Brown saw it coming that it would be 12.5, and that's where it is now as we get ready for our championship game coming up. 12.5 is the number. We talked to Klatt about what maybe TCU has to do to stay in this or win this game. There's been a discussion about what kind of, in history, what role TCU is playing here. And instantly, a lot of people they've gone back to 2013 Auburn, that TCU is having a season like what Gus Malzahn did in his first year, coming in and taking Auburn to the national championship game, that is sort of what Sonny Dykes has done in coming in his first year, taking a talented core and getting them to the national championship game.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what was more surprising. Auburn in 2013, or, I guess with an SEC team at Auburn who just won a national championship in 10.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But
I see the comparison.
That 12 Auburn team was so bad. for Gus Malzahn to take them in 13 would be probably a pretty good comparison to what we're seeing right here.
Well, think about TCU hasn't been to a bowl in 3 years.
I don't know that the TCU team last year wasn't as bad as the 12 Auburn team was, but I think they're a pretty close comparison.
Another comparison,
especially with the coaching change. Yeah.
Another comparison is the history of the program. If TCU was to win this game, they're talking about 1983 Miami. Now, not what Miami became after that, but Howard Snellenberger had a couple of 9-win seasons building Miami, but they had not been to a major bowl game since 1950. TCU's been at least to a major bowl game, as early as 2010, or they've been to some big bowl games, TCU has. So Miami really was not as high up the food chain in 1983 as TCU is right now.
Yeah, but you start to look at the different amount of national champions you had going back to those days. We talked about the BYU team in '84 that was your national champion last year. So it was just a different game. To me, for TCU to be able to not only run the table in the regular season, but to get to a college football playoff and to win a game. If they were to win this national championship, to me, they would be the most unlikely national champion of all time.
Yeah, we talked about 84 BYU yesterday, but I would say maybe even more than that.
Because they're having to win it on the field a little bit more than the 84 BYU. But I would challenge you to go back and look at 83 Miami when you start comparing this TCU team in 83 Miami.
And that was the 2-point conversion team, right?
That
Where
was
Nebraska went for 2,
yeah. Nebraska could have tied it and won a national championship. There's just I really think maybe TCU is a little further along than Miami was in 83.
If I remember correctly, that Miami team got drilled by Florida in the swamp to start the year.
And went on a run.
And then went on a run under Howard Snellenberger.
Now, I'm not saying I think TCU is going to be what the 80s and early 90s Miami became.
No.
In fact, you saw I did not even put them on my 10-team list there of having TCU back in the championship game. I just really believe that this TCU team would be comparable to the 83 Miami team when it comes to a national championship.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up because I did want to ask Lance, when this game opened at 13.5, went to 14.5, back down to 13.5, down to 12.5, back up to 13.5. I don't know that it ever touched 14.5 again, but now it's back down to 12.5 again. I mean, for the second time now, it probably is where this settles out. What does that tell you?
Well, there's a ton of money on TCU right now, but I think what happened was you had some what you call smart money, some big money came in on Georgia, inflated that thing up to 14.5, and then all of your TCU players were waiting on that number to hit 14.5.
Now they bet it back down. Yeah.
To 12.5. But that's not money line numbers. That's just to play inside a very large number for a championship game.
Yeah, so back to 83. Unranked Miami lost their opener to Florida by 25 points.
I remember that. They got drilled.
And then they ran the table. I mean, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, so Miami in 83, obviously BYU will always stick out back in 84. TCU trying to go to rare air and upset the SEC power Georgia to win the national championship. That's coming up on Monday night. That's our Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff there, brought to you by our great friends at Dr. Pepper. Still to come, Todd Fuhrman when we come back. I got a question about Sean Payton, his future in coaching. Something I did not know about that. LT has 4 downs in our next segment, and Fuhrman later on. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. JohnsonRVCenter.com, 2 great locations. Man, we were discussing some vacation plans for 2023. If you're discussing those right now, make Touring America and a Johnson RV part of that.
Yeah, now don't try to take it to the national championship game. They'll turn you away, but most of America won't. JohnsonRVCenter.com is where you go. Also, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. And you got that RV warranty forever. They stand behind their product. You've got the peace of mind of knowing they're standing behind their new and any used RV under 2 years of age when you buy it at Johnston RV Center. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, a conversation coming up about Eric Ainge, who does a little talk radio up in Knoxville, Tennessee, in just a second as we get ready for the national championship game. But first, let's do the headlines this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, everybody behind the glass and on social media, and back in our social media department, Rockstar, Lunsford, Forrester, Tyler the intern, Taylor Korn handling everything at Next Round Live. Like, subscribe, give us a thumbs up. Champy's Chicken's right there for you on Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're looking for a great lunch or dinner today, officially open right now. Southern fried chicken plates, the white meat, the dark meat, the hand-cut chicken fingers, the po' boys, those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, and the whole shooting match of sides and desserts. It's all right there. Champy's world famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com. In your headlines, Alabama wins last night. They beat Ole Miss 84-63. They're off to a nice 2-0 start, 12-2 overall. And then you get Brandon Miller, who continues to put up great numbers. Got pulled early last night with 17 points to lead the Tide. Here's Nate Oates talking about what Brandon Miller is doing, not only for him individually, but for the team as a whole.
He's a great kid with a good personality, works really hard, really cares about his team. It is nice to, have the best player on the floor most nights when you go out, though, as a coach. It makes my job a little bit easier. I mean, he can create some offense, make some tough shots when you're struggling a little bit. So, we're going to enjoy him for the 1 year we've got him. He's going to be really good next year in the NBA. He's been really good for us. We're going to get him better. There's things that I think he needs to still do better. He's got to finish at the rim better. He's, got to get better defensively. He's got to rebound a little better on a consistent level. Tonight he didn't have any offensive rebounds. I think he could be better for us on that end. But, he's really talented. I mean, he's going to be a lottery pick. He's going to make us all proud here when he leaves here. But while he's here, we're going to try to win a lot of games and have some fun doing it.
Yeah, he's not shying away from the fact he's one and done. He's going to be a lottery guy, going to enjoy the ride when he has him. And last night is I think, if I speak for Alabama fans, a rarity when you, even in a game you sort of knew Alabama should win, was going to win. There was never a doubt. You never felt like they were playing sloppy. They were playing down to the competition. It was just a nice outing by Alabama start to finish last night. It was a fun watch for an Alabama fan.
For a minute, if you were paying attention to the point spread, it looked like Ole Miss was angling for the backdoor cover, and then even then Alabama flipped the switch and blew it back open. The one play, and somebody mentioned it in the Vulcan Tower and Automotive chat room earlier, that stood out too with Miller was that shot he made out from the logo, out basically from the Bay Area, as Michael Casagrande of AL.com said, he just made a shot from Bayou La Battery on the Alabama map. He caught it. That's like a 45-foot shot. He caught it and just shot it in rhythm. I mean, it wasn't like he had to heave it. It was just like he was shooting a normal three-pointer.
Yeah, great Euro step last night. Did a really good job just controlling the pace, but the whole team played well. Sears continues to improve. He had 16. Alabama gets Kentucky at noon this weekend. Auburn plays Georgia later tonight, 5:30. Number 22 Auburn, a hefty favorite in that one on the road against Georgia. They get Arkansas back at Neville this weekend for a real test for the Auburn Tigers as well. So two good Saturday games for Auburn and Alabama. UAB on the road at FAU, their biggest challenge in conference tomorrow night for the Blazers. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy later this week. Brown will have his conversation, as always, with Jelly Walker, and that's our basketball and headline update for you right there. Sonny Dykes did pick up the Eddie Robinson Coach of the Year award. No surprise there. And if you're just doing some statistical work on the college football playoffs, a number 3 or a number 4 seed has made it to the national championship game now 6 of 9 times. So there's a trend there. Usually it's a 3, but 3 or 4 has been in the national championship game 6 of the 9. So,
well, I mean, I don't know how surprising that is. I mean, when you look at your 4 seeds the last couple of years, or your 3 and 4 seeds in Cincinnati and TCU, but before that, I mean, it was all power. Even the 3s and 4s. I mean, Alabama's been a 4 before.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, the 3s and the 4s have had now 2 out of 3 chance of one of them getting to the national championship game. So remember that next year when you try to predict chalk again for 1 and 2 to play for the national title. All right, so Eric Ainge does, first of all, he's a great quarterback at Tennessee.
Yeah, he's been on this show before.
Yep, and friend of the show, comes on whenever we ask him. 99.1, the sports animal up there in Knoxville. Great show, the Eric Ainge Show, well titled for a guy who's going to make this comment. Here's what Eric Ainge said about Stetson Bennett, and as they get ready, Georgia possibly to win a 2nd national championship.
You know who I can't stand, though? Stetson Bennett. It was cute when he first got to play and played pretty good. And now the whole, I'm a walk-on, I'm a JUCO transfer. He's like 28-3 as a starter at Georgia or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So you're cheering hard against him?
I'm cheering hard again. I want Stetson. I want Georgia not just to lose the game. I don't want him to lose with Stetson Bennett throwing 4 touchdowns. I want Stetson Bennett to throw 4 picks and cost his team a championship.
But he's going to go 30-0 his last 2 years and 2 national titles.
And he's such a punk. I can't stand it.
And he's going to make a lot of money selling insurance.
God, I mean, everything I hate about sports talk radio is right there in that gut.
So, I mean, obviously there's another SEC quarterback who played, who truthfully on the surface, more talented than Stetson Bennett is on paper going into their college careers. Now, Stetson Bennett has grown into a functional, talented game manager.
Oh, look, at times he's a great quarterback.
And then the fourth quarter happens and he becomes great.
I mean, in the fourth quarter this past, it was one of the greatest quarters in Georgia history, at least for one specific player, one individual player. Look, it's Tennessee hating on Georgia, but I don't love Stetson Bennett. I totally respect where he is right now, though.
Now, you wanted to bring this to the table. What do you think of a quarterback when he a former quarterback who says that about another quarterback.
I don't know what you gain out of doing that. I mean, really, what is and you've already got your own talk show, and Eric Ainge is a guy that actually started a couple of games in the NFL. It just makes no sense. I mean, you would think that he would give more credit to Stetson Bennett.
Now the insurance line at the end, I assume from the co-host there,
the guy in the orange blazer, that guy.
There is a. The insurance joke is a funny one. It could be, I think we said it after the first national championship. Stetson Bennett, Dodge, Chevy, Chrysler, whatever. Stetson Bennett insurance, absolutely. But the more you watch,
he'll get an opportunity.
That's what I'm saying. The more you watch the NFL now, I mean, who's quarterbacking the Dolphins possibly this weekend?
Well, Skylar Thompson. Now that's a that's an unusual.
Could be Mike Glennon.
It could be Mike Glennon.
Yeah.
That's an unusual circumstance. But you always need quarterbacks in the NFL. To your point,
Stetson Bennett will get a shot in the NFL because he is good under pressure. Throws a good ball.
So Milkman says Eric Ainge isn't wrong. What has Stetson Bennett done that has gotten everybody so hating Stetson Bennett?
He's won, and people hate winners.
You think that might be it?
And people hate winners.
They do.
And he talks a little bit, which I don't have a problem with.
What's he talk? Define that. He talks a little bit.
No, I mean, he's chirping out on the field a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't really notice that. Does he do that bad?
It, yeah. No, I mean, not bad.
Well, some people would say it's a bad look when somebody of his age talks to kids like that.
Hey, old man.
And that's, we get that a lot.
Yeah.
We get it a lot now that he's so old. Well, that's the world we live in now.
That's literally how it works.
He's still eligible.
Yeah, I don't care about that. What does that matter?
Dude, I was watching a punter the other day. I forgot what random bowl. The dude was 29 years old.
Yeah. And I think he's still got eligibility left, by the way. I think he can come back, that guy.
How much fun was that guy having?
So he chirps a little bit.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Dunaway's gotten to the bottom of it. People starting to hate Georgia now because Georgia wins all the time.
Because they're winning. I mean,
That's
last year you look at
Stetson
Bennett, he's hanging out with a bunch of multi-millionaires drinking Pappy out of the bottle.
I would too.
But I'm just saying there are people now that you do it back-to-back years. 1 year it's a great Cinderella story. The next year, that's when.
So a mutual friend of ours just texted me and said his post-game interview, I wanted to punch him. Oh, no, I wanted to strangle him. I'm sorry.
When he was talking to Holly Rowe on the field?
Yeah.
Or I think it was Holly. She was doing the interview.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was Holly Rowe.
So he was just talking about how, wow, that's a good team over there. I mean, he said that's a good team over there.
I don't know why all of a sudden everybody's hating Stetson Bennett.
Because he wins. I mean,
but he was a good story. And to Eric Ainge's point is.
LT's right. 1 year, it's a good story. Second year, people are out to hate you.
No, there's no doubt.
It's the
That's
American
way
way now.
Yes.
It's modern day America.
And for Eric Ainge, what Eric Ainge was essentially saying is you can't play the walk-on JUCO card anymore. You're an elite level quarterback. But you got to give that up. But
he was a walk-on.
That's 100% true.
Who was forced to go to JUCO.
Who was going to leave the program, and they're like, just wait a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And by the way, don't forget last year, and I think Herbstreit brought this up or Fowler one in the game. Last year, in the layoff between Alabama's win in the SEC championship and Georgia's first game, Kirby was almost coming out having to say, I'm not changing quarterback.
Yeah, but the fans wanted him out.
I mean, how different is his life if he decides to leave football and leave the program?
He would. The orange blazer co-host would be right. He'd probably be selling insurance right now.
It's
no offense.
I've never. The movie comes on all the time, The Butterfly Effect with Ashton Kutcher. I've never seen the movie. But it's an interesting concept because you guys ever wonder one decision in your life how different things would be?
There's no doubt.
Yeah, but it's the way life really is because does Georgia even have one national championship if they switch quarterbacks, right, and go to JT Daniels in between that loss as some fans wanted or some analysts wanted them to do? If they take Stetson out and put in JT to go play Michigan and then Alabama, does that even happen?
I mean,
even in the national championship game, I'm looking at Brown. I said, right now Stetson's costing them a game.
He was early.
Like crap.
Yeah, he played like crap early. But the other side of that, what if JT Daniels never gets injured for Georgia?
Yeah,
Stetson Bennett never sees the field.
And I still think JT Daniels probably wins the national
I think he does exactly what Stetson Bennett did, honestly.
And as the guy in the orange blazer says, at that point, there'll be a lot of uninsured people in Georgia because Stetson Bennett wouldn't be around to sell them insurance policies.
It is a huge lie that people buy into that my actions only affect me. Like, my decisions only affect me. That is a massive lie. Your decisions affect everybody around you, and that just shows that you talk about the butterfly effect.
That is the discussion about freedom in America from the get-go yes, we want everyone to be free, but your freedom also can impact my freedom. So there has to be some nuance in freedom as well. Your
my
actions,
freedom's more important than yours.
That's the American way.
Oh, so
Absolutely.
you believe yours is more important?
No.
Oh, okay.
I believe in the we. Some of us believe in the me.
Our freedom.
I'm a patriot.
Are we not doing a mystery fifth hour today?
We are.
Yes.
We could do our one decision that probably altered our life the most.
Let's do it. Can you think of one, Rockstar? Oh, I know mine 100%.
We got time to do it.
Mine's really weird. I don't know if I want to get into it, though.
Oh, yeah, you do. Come on, man. It's the Mystery Fifth Hour.
Mystery Fifth Hour later on today. Part of the show brought to you by Vulcan Tires. They bring you the 4 down as well. LT has that. Vulcan Tires, 5 great locations, including one really close to Scott Forrester out in his neck of the woods, too.
Yeah, the new one in Pell City. Great locations all over Birmingham. Just took my daughter's car into the Hoover location a couple of weeks ago. Anything you need bumper to bumper from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can handle it for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More dangerous if they get into the postseason, the Packers or your Dolphins?
So, who knows who's playing for the Dolphins? So it's going to be the Packers. And actually, I think we had a caller last week that brought this up, that the Packers are the team that the NFC wouldn't want to face. And I think we shut it down, you and I, Lance, because of their defense. I can't remember where Dunaway was on it, but that defense has been a liability. But the more they play, the better they look. They destroyed Minnesota. Minnesota is such a pretender, by the way. They destroyed Minnesota.
They really are.
But the Packers can score points that are premium in the playoffs. I'm more fearful if I'm a NFC team of the Packers than I am if I'm an AFC team of the Miami Dolphins.
Well, I would go Packers just based on, Aaron Rodgers has not had a great season, and the NFC is not what the AFC is. And, maybe this is the reversal. The Packers have been so good. They've had the 1 seed the last 3 years, and they have been so good in the regular season, and then they find a way to crap the bed in the postseason. Well, now they've had a really bad regular season, so maybe they flip it around and have a good postseason.
Just run through the NFC teams, and there are times that every one of the playoff teams struggle to score points. And they're not as fluid at scoring points as Buffalo, Kansas City, and Cincinnati are, right? Those 3 teams in the AFC, seems like no matter when you go out there, they're going to score points. There are times when San Francisco struggles to score. There are times when Minnesota struggles to score. Tampa Bay obviously struggles to score. Giants
Philadelphia is the
struggles
outlier,
to score.
though.
Philadelphia has been the outlier. Yeah,
but Jalen Hurts is going to get back for them, right? They're not going to be starting Gardner Minshew. They're a far different team. Gardner Minshew
he might start this week.
They've rested him to have him healthier for the playoffs.
Second down.
Better job, Michigan or any of the NFL jobs that possibly could open?
Help me with the ones that could possibly open.
Arizona could open.
Don't like that one.
Carolina obviously is open.
Is open. I get to at least draft a quarterback.
Yeah. Denver is open.
Indianapolis.
I don't like that one.
Houston's going to be open.
I think I'd like Indianapolis more. It's been you're in a manageable division. It's been a job where most people have won there. You've generally gotten quarterback right in that franchise. I think I'd like Indianapolis more than Michigan.
I don't know, man. That Michigan job. I don't think Indianapolis would pay more than the Michigan job.
But I'm also looking at the other stuff, too, that we frequently talk about is the NFL calendar versus the college calendar. The lifestyle of the NFL coach is much better than the lifestyle of the college coach.
You don't have to recruit, and Jim Harbaugh seems more, even though he does some quirky stuff on the recruiting trail, seems to be more old school than some people and probably gets a little tired of recruiting in the modern day NIL. Probably would prefer the structure of the NFL more. I would take Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Third down.
Chris Bryant, 31 years old today. Derrick Henry, 29. Better career.
Chris Bryant, the baseball player of the Cubs?
Well,
used to be the Cubs.
The Rockies.
The Rockies? Yeah. Or who? Derrick Henry?
Yeah.
Boy, we're scraping the barrel on birthdays, aren't we? Chris Bryant?
Hey, look, man. 4 downs every day.
Yeah.
Got to make it work.
It is a bitch.
Chris Bryant?
Now, let's not forget Chris Bryant has won an MVP.
Okay.
He's won a World Series.
Yeah.
He's been an All-Star 4 or 5 times.
Yeah. No, I'm not here to diss on Chris Bryant, but I'm going to go Derrick Henry.
I think I'll go
because he's a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and I've watched him play.
Fourth down.
I think I would lean Chris Bryant.
I'm
here.
not sure Chris is going to have enough money to
How about this one?
put together tickets.
Guess who's 37 today? You'll never guess.
Ariana Grande.
No.
Who'd you say, Rockstar?
Ben Kingsley.
Ben Kingsley. Like Bob Jr.?
Yeah.
Who is?
Steve Slayton.
Steve Slayton?
West Virginia running back.
This
So
might be
if
the
I
worst
ask you,
sports collection
I
I've
was
ever
just
seen.
thinking about him 7 or 8 years ago.
better college career, Steve Slayton at West Virginia or Percy Harvin at Florida?
Percy Harvin at Florida.
I'll go Steve Slayton at West Virginia.
No,
I think
do you
Slayton
really
was-
believe that, or are you trying to
No.
guess what LT believes?
No. I'm saying
I hadn't
Steve
even
Slayton.
said what I believe
Steve
yet.
Slayton.
I know what you believe. You wouldn't ask this question.
No.
Steve Slayton and Pat White had them on the verge of winning a national championship, or playing for a national championship at West Virginia. Percy Harvin was playing with a collection of NFL players at Florida, so I'll go
And
Steve
won a
Slayton.
national championship.
Yeah, but he did
You
it.
don't
at
know what I
Florida.
was going to say. I was ass digging for 4 downs
No,
today.
I know how you do this, because what you do is you come up with somebody's birthday, and then you throw a little eye candy for me, Derrick Henry, which you knew I'd go easily on
Jimmy
Derrick
Bama.
Henry.
That's because he's Alabama.
That's right.
And then this one, Dunaway doesn't really remember who Slayton is, but he's going to remember who Percy Harvin is. So Dunaway's going to say Harvin, and then I'm going to slap him across the face with Slayton.
I can't decide who was the better player. I think Slayton was definitely more productive, but Harvin won a national championship.
It's the old stake bet trick of yours. You have a way you know it's going to be, and then you throw out the bait for me. The bait in this one is Percy Harvin. And I'll take it. I'll take Percy Harvin here.
Always
as like,
about you,
like a
Dunaway.
layman.
Always
like a layman, I will take Percy Harvin.
I don't even know who I would take. I'm going to lean Slayton.
Reluctantly, he takes the one I thought he would take. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, 5 locations, including that newest one in Pell City. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, they can handle for you and your family. Locally owned and operated. Incredible guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Other than good basketball Saturday, you remember what else is Saturday?
Yeah, we got a doubleheader in the NFL.
We got some NFL games Saturday.
Triple header in the NFL.
Yeah,
I think it's doubleheader.
I think it's a doubleheader. You're wanting something other than that, though. That was too obvious of a question. So, hang on, let me think.
It is totally lost, but they play a really good
the
FCS
FCS championship. Yeah, it gets like you watch those, or I don't know, at least I do. I watch those first couple rounds, and then their important rounds get lost.
I think it's on Sunday.
I thought it was on Saturday, but maybe it's on Sunday.
No, I really do. I really think it's on Sunday.
I thought it was Saturday in Frisco, South Dakota State and North Dakota State.
They're going to play it head-to-head with a freaking NFL weekend?
I really think it's Sunday.
Well, that's stupid.
All right, so we'll do a lot more in trash coming up in the next segment of the show, brought to you in part today by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling.
Yeah, look, if you're looking to support a local product, Redmond Vodka is locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. It's made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, also available in 20 states. Ask for it by name, it's Redmond Vodka.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Rockstar is about to hit the road with the Black Jacket Rumors Tour 23. We just had in the commercial break there the list of dates. First one coming up this weekend in Mobile, is that right?
We got the first show is kicking off in Mobile in the Sanger Theater, and then Saturday we're in Montgomery at the Impact, the Montgomery Performing Arts Center.
So Mobile and then Montgomery for the Black Jacket Symphony to see our Rockstar and the Rumors Tour 23, and then you see all the other dates. And I don't know if you've been paying attention to social media, but there are people in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room earlier who said they will catch you in Charleston. I assume Charleston's a date somewhere?
Charleston is a Pearl Jam date. We're going to be doing Pearl Jam and Nirvana in Charleston. It's a lot.
So people in the chat room saying they'll catch you in Charleston, and then
I think
hopefully some other dates.
Man, that's a lot of dates. If you guys could only go to one city, which one?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Cheyenne, Wyoming, March 4th.
That's not a bad call.
Yeah, I'd like to see
really
it.
good.
I might go to Nampa, Idaho.
Oh, gotta love Nampa this time of year.
Good skiing.
Yeah, I like their beer.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what they got in Nampa, Idaho.
I like their barbecue, their vinegar base.
Salt Lake's pretty cool town.
San Antonio. I've always wanted to go to San Antonio. I've never been.
I have too.
Yeah.
I've been to Lincoln.
You've been to Lincoln, Nebraska, Jim?
I have, yeah.
Like probably half these states I've never been. I've never been to California, Oregon, Wyoming. I've never been I don't think I've been to Arizona, New Mexico.
Oh, you'll get to go to the Sports Brawl.
Are you going to go while you're in Portland?
Well, if it's within walking distance, sure, I'll go. Like, I'm not going to get you don't have a lot of time to go around the streets and stuff,
Yeah.
so it's just a lot of, it's going to be a lot.
Forrester says Colorado Springs easy for him. Cheyenne was a good call by Brown. Portland, if Portland's ever back to normal, I'll take Portland.
I would have gone to Portland if it was normal.
Yeah, Portland and Seattle are two places I've always wanted to go.
normal,
It's
it's
not.
not
I mean,
normal.
hell,
I know
it's a freaking wars in the streets.
Oregon had good music for a while.
Yeah, so
I'm jealous though. I'd like to go and not have to do anything and just jump around the city to city.
Would it be intimidating for you guys to do the Pearl Jam show in Seattle?
No, I mean I'd love to do it. I would love to do it, but
would people be drinking their beers with their pinkies up, watching you?
Were you thinking
guys in Pearl
Nirvana?
Jams.
Nirvana in Seattle?
I mean, just any of the grunge era stuff.
Well, it's both albums, doing Nirvana and Pearl Jam one night. I think the old Corns are going. I heard
Oh,
that.
yeah?
Yeah.
In Charleston?
Yeah.
How about that?
Boy, they love Charleston, don't they?
They
It's
do.
a pretty it's a college town. It's a pretty city.
Yeah, I do like Charleston.
Deadwood, 3 NFL games on Saturday and the Sunday FCS Championship. Has that always been on Sunday? Or?
I don't know. They've
Yeah.
moved it around. They haven't found a home for it, but that's a dumb home for it. I don't know why you would play it on Sunday at 1 o'clock.
The opposite of the NFL.
Opposite of the most important NFL weekend of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with them flexing games into Saturday, so meaningful games into Saturday, you couldn't play it like in prime time on Saturday night, opposite of a play-in game. But that Sunday just seems like a.
But there's only 2 on Saturday.
There's 3.
No.
All right. According to ESPN, who I would think would know, they've got Ravens-Bengals TBD on Saturday.
Maybe that's the let me see what I'm looking at, because I know at 3:30 we've got Chief Raiders and then we've got
That's
Titans
right.
Jags.
Right. Yep. And they've got TBD for Ravens-Bengals on CBS.
I've got Ravens-Bengals noon on Sunday.
Maybe it is. I don't know. So somebody tell ESPN.
Maybe we're expecting weather some places and they're moving games from Saturday to Sunday.
I don't know.
With the flex schedule working Saturday, so you have a lot of NFL and then the really good home games for Auburn and Alabama in basketball on Saturday, with Auburn hosting Arkansas and Bama hosting Kentucky. Should be a fun Saturday of sports. We'll get to trash in a second, but look at what Miami is building down there in Coral Gables. This is being billed as their, quote, forever home, the Hurricane footballs. 7-story football complex they're building there for them. And are they already building an on-campus stadium too?
They had the drawings, but I don't know if I wish they would, but I don't know if the drawings were real or if they're going through with it or what. But they're obviously going through with a.
You see the hammock?
Like a really really nice facility in Coral Gables.
I promise you won't have to go to school. No classes at all.
Well, I mean,
so much so we're going to put a hammock here for you.
We did the story that the last home game they played, and I'm struggling to remember who they played, they lost to, that they do student buses from campus to Hard Rock Stadium, and absolutely exactly 0 buses rolled. No student took them up on the bus trip. And I don't know that was the first time it's ever happened, but it's an alarming event if I'm Miami.
Yeah, you know what didn't pay for that building?
What?
Bowl money this year.
It did not, no. That's coming out of somebody's pocket.
Or apparently attendance. All right, so that's Miami's new football building going up. The building looks like a parking deck, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it's kind of tacky looking, isn't it?
It looks like an old 80s building.
Yeah, but Miami's football program is tacky.
Technically, that is a parking deck, as I look at it now. So they've got your own parking deck.
But don't you think, Miami's a tacky football program, right? So have a tacky football building. There's nothing that's not tacky about Miami football.
So that's the Miami Hurricane new building they're building up as they send out those artistic drawings. Let us get now to trash. This hour of the show first brought to you by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Sterling and the crew serving that lunch up right now. The Southern fried chicken plates, the hand-cut chicken fingers, and a lot more. Getting ready for the national championship game, getting ready for more basketball tonight. But right now, LT's got our trash.
A Jacksonville man just won $1 million jackpot from a scratch-off.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
You missed it. You were gone. First time he played that, I said I'd be a billionaire.
I saw it on our highlights yesterday.
Yep. I still would be a billionaire.
The man works hard.
Yeah.
Rockstar said I'd walk around like this.
He had a big-ass right arm, wouldn't he?
Yeah, you spent a lot of time alone, my friend. When you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available. Build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back. With the speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly and take advantage of the increased home inventory. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, 2239 Equal Housing Lender. So update on the Jeremy Renner situation. I don't know if you guys saw this. You brought it up yesterday. So he was trying to get one of his family's cars out of the driveway, and he had his snowcat, and it actually ran him over. But you know what the thing weighs?
It was a snow cat is a snow plow, right? Yeah,
1,400 pounds.
1,400 pounds is right.
Is that right?
Yep.
I just guessed that out of thin air, and I have got zero experience with the snowcat.
Yep, 1,400 pounds, but he's got blunt chest trauma.
That's unfortunate. Yeah.
Is that a?
It took responders more than 30 minutes to get through the snowy roads to reach him and actually helicopter him in.
Was it his?
It was his.
And they said his neighbor, he probably would have died, but his neighbor was a doctor, and he made a tourniquet while they waited for the...
Oh, my God. Where'd they have to put the tourniquet?
I don't know, but they said they had to make a tourniquet. He got literally run over his legs.
It's 14,000 pounds.
Oh, so I was not right.
Yeah,
that's a lot. That's a heavy piece of machinery right there now. So they had to put a tourniquet on his leg to keep him from
from bleeding out.
Yeah, he's
holy
just,
crap.
He's in
just
bad
looking
shape.
at the device there. Is that metal on the tires?
Yeah.
It's like a
It
tank,
said
right?
the statement, he suffered blunt chest trauma and orthopedic injuries. He's in critical but stable condition following surgery.
Do you think if it were needed here, one of us could apply a tourniquet?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, Lance says yes.
With a belt. I'd need a belt. I could do it with a belt.
Well, you know, the problem, though, is my belt, these belts I wear, they're golf belts, and they're kind of stretchy. I don't know if that's good for a tourniquet.
No. But, I mean, you could tie it off with a,
I think you need a good solid leather belt for a tourniquet.
I mean, it would be better.
Yeah.
But you could. I've watched enough Shark Week.
Don't know why we're going to have to lose that leg. No, it's just a huge scratch that we're going to have to lose the leg, man.
We've got a husband in Thailand accidentally abandoned his wife on the side of the road.
Accidentally.
Carried on driving for 100 miles, believing she was asleep in the back of the car.
Sure. You're on a motorcycle.
Boontam Chamoon, 55, and Amnu Chamoon, 49, set off on Christmas Day to drive through the night to their hometown. But the driver had to pull over his Isuzu pickup truck to urinate in the night, stopped the car by the side of the road. After he stepped out of the car, his wife decided she needed to relieve herself too, ducked into a nearby jungle for a quick bathroom break. That would never happen. I'd rather piss on the hood than go into a jungle.
A nearby jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, just use the door. Just get out and pop a squat
When
right
was the
there.
last time you saw an Isuzu?
I know. I was thinking that too, right? So they jumped out at me. I'd forgotten they even made cars.
Now, when she returned to the road, the car was nowhere to be seen, and she was left stranded in the dark.
Well, shit.
Wife had no money or phone, so decided to walk in hope of finding help.
How can that be accidental?
I don't think it is. I'm with Jim.
Eventually, after pacing down the street for 13 miles, she found a police station around 5 a.m. She pleaded with police to help her find her husband, but did not know his number by heart, unable to locate him. There's certain numbers you've got to know by heart, right?
Yeah, like I know my wife's by heart.
I've got Maggie's and Brown's.
That is so weird because
I know. You know it's true.
No, it is. I do know it's true. But the weird thing about Dunaway's, I can give you the first 3 of yours, but I'm lost after that.
I've got about 25 I know.
I don't believe that.
No, I do. Not you guys. I know Rockies.
You got 25 numbers
Yeah.
that if you gave me those names, I could call the name out and you could give me the number and we could match it up.
Chief, Drew, Chico, Jimmy Anthony,
but
Young Reed.
Can I tell you it's because you knew those numbers
ex-wife
before you had an iPhone, right? Is that why?
Well, but I've forgotten all the numbers I knew.
I don't think so because they're all cell phones.
Yeah, you remember home phone numbers back in the day. I remember a couple people's home phone numbers from high school.
Yeah.
Mine used to be 663-3272.
Yeah, mine was 942-1509.
Ours was 823-0347, and El Poblano's was 823-0447. So we got El Poblano orders all the time.
I'll take a number 2.
Wait, did your mom just start taking the orders and they call it El Poblano?
Was it the El Poblano in the Colony?
No, the one in Vestavia, the one on Rocky Ridge.
Oh, yeah, the El Poblano.
Yeah.
I've got that mixed up with Pablo's. Okay.
I
like how they put cheese dip on their quesadilla.
I love it. That's some of the best queso.
You would walk in the kitchen and your mom would say, okay, do you want that with chips or would you like a different side?
2 Pollo Locos. Ooh, good choice.
Okay, here's what people in 1923 thought we would be doing in 2023. So 100
Not
years
the
ago.
TV show,
Nope.
but the real 1923.
Women will probably be shaving their heads, men will be wearing curls, and people will begin to blacken their teeth.
I don't understand why men will be wearing curls. I don't know if we're going back to powdered wigs.
Well, would you rather have black teeth or curls?
And the women are just like, we're just going to start shaving our heads. It's just the cool look.
It is freeing to wake up and not have to worry about how your hair looks every day. I'll go and tell you.
It's a little chilly, too.
It is. I've noticed that.
Yeah, I walked in this morning and Dunaway's wearing a toboggan in the office.
Yeah, air conditioning was blowing in there, so I took it off for the show, though. Warmer in here.
Here's another thing they thought 100 years ago we'd be doing today. Beauty contests will be unnecessary as there will be so many beautiful people that it will be almost impossible to select winners. We do have better looking people now.
Yeah, but little do they know, beauty contests are kind of dying because people think it's, I don't know what they think.
Rigged.
Not rigged. They think it's just like it's unfair. We're saying certain people are more beautiful than others. We shouldn't be doing that.
Well, some college football teams are better than others.
Exactly, yeah.
That's the thing, man. We have gotten so weird in our society.
We have.
And even
Some of the
advertising.
stuff.
Like, I'm watching this advertisement of this huge chick trying to do a...
on the headstand?
The yoga pose?
Yeah. Hey, but by the way, I can't do that.
Do you remember when there was a day, though, when it was nothing but, like, good-looking people in
Do you think
commercials?
she's really doing that?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah,
I think
she's
it'd be
doing
bad
it.
if they had
You
to
think so?
I think it'd be bad if they had to CGI that. That kind of takes away the point.
It may be like leaner against a piece of glass or something.
Yeah, but I mean, we've
But
seen.
really, what is the point of showing that big girl do the head pose?
You can do anything if you put your mind to it,
I
Lance.
guess. I don't believe she's doing it.
Yeah. Lean her on a piece of glass.
But you couldn't tell.
Oh, hell, it cracked.
I mean,
Well,
if
what'd you think, Phil?
If she was in a Subway commercial or she was eating a Whopper, I mean, I could get it. But I don't understand her doing a head pose. Okay, here's another thing. 100 years ago, average lifespan of a man would be around 150 years. Well, they swung and missed on that, didn't they?
We're going the other way, aren't we?
Yeah. You'll be able to fly from Chicago to Germany in around 18 hours.
Sign me up in the plane tonight. Wow.
Chicago to Germany in 18 hours?
We're better than that, though.
Yeah,
aren't we?
Oh, yeah, much
Those
better.
are predictions.
Watch
them all right.
size radio telephones will keep everybody in. Watch size radio telephones will keep everybody in communication.
Hey, that's kind of true. I know he talks on his all the time.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Newspapers will be out of business for 50 years.
Hey.
They didn't miss by much.
Yeah, not much.
Yeah. They knew they were. I mean, 1923 to say they'd be out of business. That's a strong call.
Absolutely.
Okay. Taylor Swift's cat is worth $97 million.
They predicted that in
How did they know
1923.
Taylor Swift was
This
going
is
to
a
be?
new story.
Hey, by the way, before you move over that story, when the old boy, the Ohio State kicker, missed the field goal the other
Noah
night,
Ruggles.
somebody on Twitter was like, "It's the worst miss since this one," and I didn't know, so I click on the video. It was the Robert McGinty Iron Bowl game. So I got sucked into that video, and it was just like highlights of the '84 Iron Bowl when McGinty missed, and Al Michaels was on the call of that game. And you know what he said at the end? He said, "They will still be talking about this game in Birmingham all the way to the year 2020." And I'm like, kind of, probably both.
Until Saban came, yeah.
So if you're watching the next round, you see Taylor Swift and her cat, Olivia Benson. She named it after the chick on SUV.
Okay.
Or SVU.
SVU?
Yeah.
Is that a Chevy Tahoe?
Such a terrible show. It's the same show over and
so
over
is Law and
and
Order's
over
like
again.
that then?
No. So Law and Order ripped from the headlines.
Not SUV. It's
No.
ripped from the highways.
Now, according to the Pet Rich list,
If I like it, it's good. If I don't, it's bad.
Ooh.
Right?
no, I said I like Law and Order.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't like. You like Law and Order.
I do. I'm just saying that's the way we feel about things. If we like it, it's good. If we don't like it, it's
Oh,
bad.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's
Well,
that's
I thought.
right?
I thought.
I mean, I don't like black licorice. Do you?
No.
Oh my God, I am anti-black.
I like Severance. I think it's great.
I
He
like
doesn't like
Severance, too.
Severance.
one episode.
I will tell you, looking at T Swift here with her cat Olivia Benson, she looks like a cat when she's with a
She
cat.
kind of does. They look a lot alike.
She was in the movie Cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was. She does a lot of cat-like makeup.
So I didn't realize that we had this list out there, but the Pet Rich list, Swift's beloved Scottish fold, Olivia Benson, you see there, is worth a whopping $97 million, making her the third richest pet in the world. Now, as noted in the Pet Rich list, Olivia's impressive net worth is thanks to a mix of endorsements, social media appearances, and more. Breakdown explains that she's had cameos in many big budget ads, including the likes of Diet Coke and Ned Sneakers. Now, Olivia Benson, who is named after the iconic Law and Order SVU character of the same name, is in good company on the Pet Rich list. First two spots.
Really quick, can somebody guess? I've not seen this list. Can anybody guess? Anybody else on this list? Like the top two spots?
Well, the chat room's saying Ladybird.
Yeah, Ladybird's in the top 200.
Yeah, it's easy.
So Ladybird. Anybody else?
Well, I mean,
I'm working on an endorsement for Ladybird right now.
oh, great. So what is it? It's the list of what? The richest pets?
Yeah, richest
Yes.
pets in the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's two in front of Olivia
Well,
Benson.
I'm gonna say Elon Musk. He's got a gerbil.
Now, do you want to guess?
I don't know.
Okay, so
I don't know.
Oprah Winfrey's got dogs, and those dogs
The Obama's dog.
are worth about $30 million. So that's not number. That's number 4. Number 2 is a Nayla cat, a kitty with more than 4 million followers on Instagram, worth $100 million. And then Gunther the 4th is a German Shepherd owned by the Gunther Corporation, is worth more than $500 million. Why is that dog worth $500 million?
Yeah, how does that
Rocky?
work? Like, they got a life insurance policy. They ask, do you think Lady Bird eats better than Taylor Swift's cat? I think so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
Cats don't eat anything.
Yeah, we had a cat at the fraternity house. Its name was Boss, and it would just run around. I think I might have talked about it before, but I mean, it would eat like hot dogs and tacos.
Oh, really? A cat would? You don't see that very often. My dog ate a whole bag of chocolate the other day.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. And he's a little 5-pound dog, too. Charlie is.
So did you have to take him to the ER?
Nah, he was fine. He was hyper, though.
Let him sleep it off.
No, but for
Just
about
a toxin.
No, freaking 36 hours, he was bouncing off the walls. I mean, would not settle down for
But
like 36
that would be the equivalent
hours.
of you going out and eating a bunch of red berries from the forest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or cocaine.
Okay, I've got expensive foods you won't believe ever existed. There's a $100 milkshake out there.
Ooh, I'd like to
New
try it.
York
I like
City.
a good milkshake.
Cheesecake for $120 in Philadelphia. French fries for $200.
Well, you got to slow down.
Rockstar's got photos
Oh,
of you.
I'm
So,
sorry.
all right, let's do it. That's the milkshake?
That is the milkshake.
What flavor is it?
It is the Lux milkshake, and it is Italian hazelnuts. It's got whipped cream, edible gold, Venezuela cocoa sauce.
Too much.
And a cherry straight from Italy.
What I can't understand, well, I'm guessing all these foods, one thing is common, truffles are everywhere. Anything expensive has truffles.
Yeah, if you put truffle at the end of it, it just
But
sounds fancy,
everything.
right?
By the way, before you move on, didn't really love the food, but loved their milkshakes. What was that place up at the Summit for a while on the corner, went out of business?
Oh, the burger joint, Jim?
Yeah,
Right
the
there by Chewy's?
Shake Shack?
No.
Flip Burger.
Flip Burger.
Oh,
Flip Burger.
They
Yep.
had great milkshakes.
Love their
really is.
milkshakes.
You're right
They'd
about that.
burn the marshmallow like a Bunsen burner.
Yeah.
With like
No,
a
the
flame.
cool thing is they had cold beer there too, but then you could get a milkshake.
Yes.
And they had a great view.
Yes.
They did. You know what they didn't have? Good burgers. That was the
Yeah,
problem.
that was the
So they owed them for.
They ended up flipping the restaurant, not just the burgers.
Okay, Barclays Prime in Philadelphia has a luxury version of the famous Philly cheesesteak. It's got Wagyu beef. It's got truffle butter, truffles.
Yep, of course.
And it's got an Italian cheese that is infused with truffles. A little overdone on the truffles here. It's
Yeah.
$120 though.
That truffle leaves a little aftertaste for me.
A little bit, but
It's
I
very
like it.
earthy. Yeah.
Here comes truffle. You know what I'm saying?
You know, this is going to surprise, I think, people on this show here, but I do not like the Philly cheesesteak.
I don't
I'm
either.
not a fan.
Yeah,
You like a good one though?
You know,
No.
we used to have that place that was called,
Philly Connection, right there by the station.
but I would get the chicken cheesesteak
yeah,
with peppers.
I would get it
and
and just say
mayonnaise.
don't do the peppers and onions.
I used to
just
get the chicken cheesesteak at Baumhauer's.
Yeah.
So would I. I love these. I
Yeah,
love
the
those.
Philly cheesesteak. I'm not a fan.
I'm not a
at
big
all.
fan. I don't like peppers and onions.
Okay, you want $200 French fries?
Now this picture is gonna wow you. You're gonna when you see this picture that this is for $200 French fries.
Truffle fries, I bet.
It's Serendipity 3. They made some fries that were made from potatoes blanched in
Look at that
Dom
picture.
Perignon,
How much did I pay for those?
cooked in pure goose fat.
I
They are
I do like
seasoned
the
with
goose fat fries.
hand harvest truffle salt, tossed in truffle oil, and it's got shaved cheese and black truffles on.
My 9-year-old would unload a bottle of ketchup on that too. It would
Oh,
freak him
that
out.
looks soggy as hell.
Dude,
Yeah,
what is,
those
what
look
is that?
awful.
No, but when you're cooked, those duck fat fries are soggy, but they are.
Ugh, hard pass.
It's about 1,000 calories a fry, I think. It feels like it when you're eating it. You're like, oh, I'm gaining weight.
Are you guys popcorn fans?
Love it. Love
Yeah,
it.
pins.
$250 popcorn.
Better be sweet and salty.
It's named the $1 billion popcorn. It sells 1 gallon tin for $250. Bourbon,
Misleading
vanilla, gourmet Danish sea salt, and edible gold flakes.
There you go.
Vermont
Sweet
butter.
and salty. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I will show you a picture of the next thing. Were you ready for that?
This is the final one.
Well, I do think we should spend and buy a canister of that popcorn
I don't
just to sample it.
That's fine, but don't say what the next. I'm going to show you a picture. You tell me.
So
what
we got to
this
tell
is.
you what it is.
Yeah, you tell me
Okay,
what it
all right.
is.
Now, nobody look at the screen then, because you'll see the.
What is
see the
that?
tagline. That is a vegetable taco.
I think it is.
I know what it is, but it don't look like it.
Looks like a bunch of candy wrappers.
Yeah,
It
it,
really
does, it
does.
does look like candy wrappers in a old school taco shell.
Yeah, old El Paso.
Yeah. Or it could be. Never mind.
Oh my!
What was that Saturday morning show where they went off the raft and they ended up in
Lost World.
Lost World or something like
Land
that?
Before Time.
Land Before Time. It looks
Land
like
of the Lost.
like the ground of the Land of the Lost.
Land of the Lost.
Land of the Lost.
With the slee stacks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that's a potpourri taco.
Yeah.
flowers.
I think Dunaway's right.
Okay, you guys prepared at the Gran Velos Los Cabos. The Tacos Foundation is a gold-infused corn tortilla, which is layered with Kobe beef and lobster. Toppers include truffle brie, dollop of caviar, which, by the way, is $700 an ounce. And then they add more layers of gold on top to finish.
Yeah.
It's a $25,000 taco.
I don't think I'd take a bite of that.
It's going to be, I guarantee it's so small, it's not going to fill you up at all.
3 of these things had edible gold in it. It's the only way I'm going to be shitting gold ever.
Yeah.
He just seems.
I told you, Dad.
He's been sifting.
Told you it was going to happen one day.
Yeah, my dad told me that I was spending too much as a kid. You're not going to be able to grow up and shit gold. Well, look at this, Dad. Boom, I'm doing it.
Hey, that will never happen again. You see what happened? Look where one of the...
it's a wedge between the goal.
I mean, that's impossible, right?
It's not impossible. I just saw it happen.
With rates trending upwards, save yourself money, stress, and time buying your home with Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time, pre-approve your budget, maintain that 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Trying to squeeze a car payment out for you, Rockstar. Hold on.
A little 49.
Car payment.
Back in a moment on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Taylor has asked us after Todd Fuhrman to rank our top 5 favorite playoff games in the college football playoff era.
Do I get the championship games too?
Yes.
Not semifinals?
Championship and semifinals.
All right.
Top 5 all time. And it'll be interesting to see where you rank the 2 we just saw this past weekend. She wants us to do that. We'll do that coming up after Todd Fuhrman right here on the big show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Michelson. That look ahead brought to you by Michelson.
Yeah, make the call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Simple phone call, 969-8100. When you make that call, ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Went in 2 decades ago, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I made. Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Mississippi State running back Dylan Johnson is off to Washington. Could be an instant impact for a pretty good Washington roster returning there. And Darwin Henshaw was the OC at UAB last year.
Mm-hmm.
And now it looks like he's about to go back to his old school and be the OC there at UCF for Gus Malzahn as they go to the Big 12. Did a wonderful job getting Dwayne McBride the ball.
Yeah, he did. And, from watching Gus Malzahn for years, that's what he really focuses on is the run game. If he had a guy like Dwayne McBride, he'd rush him for 2,000 yards too.
Are you sold now on Joe Milton being the quarterback for Tennessee next year, or do you think it's Nico Amalieva?
I mean, Clay seemed to be yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Milton's bad.
And he played well in the bowl game, and they did not have their top-line receivers.
No, but if you're paying a guy, $7 million in NIL, he's going to have every opportunity to win the job.
Let me ask you, more starts next year, Joe Milton or Jalen Milroe?
I'll go Jalen Milroe.
See, I sort of feel like it's going to be Ty Simpson.
I'll go Joe Milton. I think Milton starts the year. I mean, that's what Clay was talking about. Here's the weird thing. Here's one of those things you get into. If Milton starts the year for them, what is it that gets him knocked out for you to go to Amalieva, right? Because if you look at Tennessee's schedule, as Clay said yesterday, they're probably going to be 6-0 going into that Alabama game. It is not a super challenging schedule in the front end for them. Virginia at Nissan Stadium, Austin Peay at Florida, UTSA, South Carolina, bye week, and then Texas A&M. That is not a back-breaking schedule. If Joe Milton's your starter, chances are you're 6-0. Are you going to be going to Amalieva at that point?
Yeah, probably not until if you lose that game.
Yeah.
We saw it this year with Dabo, slow to change from DJ Uiagalelei until the last second.
And y'all kept saying, or I know at least Lance did, I know Klubnik is better. From what you've seen of Klubnik.
No.
I don't know now.
Yeah.
I don't have him in my top 10, as you saw earlier, because I've seen Klubnik.
Yeah. I mean, and you're right, Lance, between the 20s, Klubnik wasn't awful. Wasn't awful. Wasn't awful. But in the red zone, they just couldn't do anything against Tennessee.
My point is it's not Klubnik's fault. And probably it's going to turn out it's not DJU's fault because LT thinks he'll be successful at Oregon State. It's going to turn out it's going to be a problem with something else at Clemson, whether it's the play calling,
offensive coordinator,
whether it's the receivers, not a good enough offensive line, scheme difference. It's going to be something a little different there. It wasn't a DJU problem, not a Klubnik problem. It was the other parts around him problem. We'll see if they can get that fixed in the offseason.
And if I'm a Clemson fan, I look at this and say, there was a time we were on the top of the football world with Alabama. And, in fact, we were beating them in head-to-head games a couple of times for the national championship. Now Georgia's in better shape than us. Ohio State's in better shape than us. Michigan is in better shape than us. Alabama's still who they are. USC is basically we just continue to fall down the pecking order. If I'm a Clemson fan, I want this thing turned around pretty quick here.
I agree.
Yeah, and that's when not getting the quarterback right. Alabama's got a transition time in quarterback. Got to get it right because they missed on DJU and Klubnik or either had something go wrong with the play calling. Clemson D lineman Brian Bresee off to the NFL. So too USC defensive lineman Tuli Tuipulotu.
Yeah.
And Alabama cornerbacks Eli Ricks and Jordan Battle off to the NFL as well. We're off to talk to Todd Fuhrman coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll ask the question for you right now online. Because of what you saw with Tulane and TCU this year, are you more excited now about the 12-team college football playoff? Yes or no? It's a Cowan Equipment poll question.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Todd Fuhrman in just a second after Brownie tells us about our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. As we do that, I wonder if Fuhrman likes burgers, hamburgers, if he's a burger guy. We'll ask him. Forrester, do you have that picture of the Georgia fan that sent the burgers to Dabo Swinney? I don't know if you have it or not, but UT fan sent a FedEx order of burgers to Dabo Swinney. Remember the Tennessee fan?
Yeah.
Remember Dabo said they're going to be at home flipping burgers, talking about while we were playing in a championship game. Well, after Tennessee beat Clemson, he sent a $104 order of Omaha burgers, Omaha steaks, the burger patties, to Dabo. FedExed it to him, posted the receipts last night. Tell us about Greystone.
I mean, I feel like Dabo kind of won in that one, right?
I wouldn't eat it, though. I wouldn't trust it, though, would you?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
You ship me food, I'm not going to eat it.
ElementWellness.me, part of Greystone Chiropractic, right there under the same roof. Tattersall Park, 119-280. Everything from the red light therapy to the saunas to the IV therapy, cryotherapy. It all makes you look better, feel better, and heal better, and that's important for 2023. Greystone Chiropractic and Element Wellness. See more at elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me. Todd Fuhrman with us from Vegas, bettheboardpodcast.com. Are you, in fact, a burger guy, Fuhrman?
I am a burger guy, and I get crushed all the time because people have a religious affinity for In-N-Out Burger out here on the West Coast.
Overrated.
And for kind of the way I feel, I appreciate the freshness, but I'm more of a Five Guys and Shake Shack fan than I am In-N-Out. But that apparently does not make me a West Coaster through.
What is the best?
You are Southern by heart, aren't you?
Yeah, Fuhrman loves
Southern
us
boy.
Southerners. Yeah, what's the best burger in Vegas? Like if I go out to Vegas, I'm like, you know what? I want a good burger.
He just said Shake Shack.
Wow, that's a chain. Give me a good one.
I mean, honestly, guys, if I'm going out to a nice restaurant, I'm not really ordering a burger. I'm more of a steak guy if I have the opportunity to try and do so. But one of the more underrated burgers is probably the Palm Steakhouse right in the Forum Shops there at Caesars. It's been a signature item on their menu. Not going to have to break the bank. And let me tell you, during the burger craze out here, we've seen some ridiculous options hit menus. Probably the most notable, the 777 burger at Burger Brasserie in the Paris. For $777, you got a burger, you got a bottle of champagne, and some other crap that they threw in there. But talk about people with an appetite to burn through cash. That never hit my taste buds.
That better come with somebody named Dolores or somebody at 777.
Hey, doll.
Hello, Jeff.
How are you?
I'm here with your burger.
Hey, Fuhrman, we're only 5 days away from the national championship. Is there any big tickets being held right now on TCU to win a national championship? Any liability out there?
Not that I know of, LT. They were so far down the list that I'm sure there are some folks that have $50 or $100 tickets, but nothing, to my knowledge, that's really making these sports books sweat. When you shop around, you could have found prices upwards of 500 to 1 on the Horned Frogs to win the national title. Just illustrates how improbable their run has been to even get to this point when they were 6.5 on the win total market. And when you look at their recruiting profile, obviously doesn't fit the bill of a potential national champion. So for anybody that had the foresight to lock up Sonny Dykes' boys early on, hopefully they've got ample hedge opportunities and are going to be able to walk away with a handsome profit regardless of how the game goes on Monday night.
Thank you, Eddie and Tripp, for getting the Dolores reference there.
Yes.
I'm honest. I've picked against this TCU team every week. How many times did you say TCU is going to lose?
I mean, I've been against them a couple of times, was not against them in the national semifinal game, bet against them in the Big 12 championship game with Kansas State, though. But when I looked over my notes, I mean, I bet 6 TCU games. I was 3-3 against them all season long. Probably the most notable was the Baylor game, where Baylor was able to cover as a 2.5-point underdog, but not win the game outright. So you look at how they've gone out there and exceeded expectations. They deserve a ton of credit. But what's interesting about the game for as far as Monday is concerned, you were looking at a projected point spread between Georgia and TCU on a look-ahead number in that 15.5 range. That number now down to 12, and that's even with question marks swirling about the status of Kendre Miller. Cinderella stories are great. We'll see if they can hold up their end of the bargain with only 9 days to prepare for the most talented team that they've seen all season long.
Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, the former odds maker at Caesars Palace with us. Go get the podcast he does there at BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Coming off a game where Georgia went well, or actually both games went well over the total. This total for the Monday night game is somewhere around 61, 62, 62.5, I think, right now. How do you feel about that?
I think it's a touch inflated, but look, I'm not running to try and bet this game under the total because as we saw in those 2 semifinal games that you mentioned, one of these teams gets down by multiple scores. You can kind of throw caution to the wind. And I had the under in the TCU-Michigan game when under 59 felt pretty good when they went into the break at 21-6, even after Michigan kicked a field goal to start the third quarter, and that thing unraveled on me quickly. I think this is an ongoing trend that we've seen in college football. Before it used to be you needed an elite-level defense to win a national title. Now you have to be able to score at least 35 to 40 points to create a little bit of separation. And the one question mark I do have about Georgia going into the game is how that secondary will hold up if they're unable to get pressure. I mean, C.J. Stroud, full credit to him, was able to operate from a clean pocket for extended stretches, and you saw some of those athletes from Ohio State just running into space. And that's probably the biggest strength on this TCU offense is the fact that they go 4 deep at the wide receiver position, and will have the guy that'll come off the board most likely as the top wide receiver taken in Quentin Johnson.
The semifinal games were obviously awesome. I've just got a feeling this is going to be a complete blowout. I'm going to be bullish on Georgia. I'm going to continue to go against TCU. I've seen the number as high as 14.5. It seems like it's sitting at 12.5 right now. I'm going to assume you're going to be on Georgia here as well. Is there a number that can get too high for you to back off?
At 2 touchdowns, it would probably scare me off a little bit. I haven't made a bet on the game yet. want to see how low this number could potentially drop. But what is interesting about this game so far, and through early betting, you're seeing about 3 out of every 4 tickets come in on TCU. And I think people gravitate towards the Cinderella story. They don't want to be wrong if TCU goes into LA and wins the game outright on Monday night. And the lasting image they have of Georgia is the Bulldogs sneaking through Ohio State. But we talked about that game at great lengths and said coming into the year, those were the top 2 teams in the country, and that Georgia being a 6.5-point favorite on the open was basically selling Ohio State stock at the bottom of the market. And you saw where that price moved, closing as low as 4 at some of the sharper shops out there. I actually think this is a little bit of an underlay for Georgia instead of them being inflated based on the extra data points that we have for both these teams' resumes.
To the NFL playoff chase with Todd Fuhrman now in the next round. A lot of Titan fans in the area, Titans and Jaguars playing for a spot in the playoffs. Where are you leaning on this one? The Titans still searching for a quarterback. It looks like they're going Josh Dobbs.
Yeah, it appears that Dobbs will get the nod. Mike Vrabel obviously feeling much more comfortable with his command of the offense compared to what he saw from Malik Willis in a limited sample size this season. But more importantly for the Titans, they'll obviously get Derrick Henry back, who they didn't utilize against the Dallas Cowboys, electing to get the extra rest. And while Henry's had some problems fumbling, that does raise some red flags going into a game of this magnitude, he's really owned the Jaguars in recent meetings. You look at an extended sample size, averages over 100 yards per contest. That meshes with his current form as well. And when you have a battering ram back like that, it's going to make life a little bit easier on Dobbs than it was leading on Hassan Haskins. The other thing for the Titans, we know about some of their shortcomings in the defensive backfield, but this will arguably be the healthiest the team has been amid this 6-game losing streak. And when you look at the Jaguars' resume from top to bottom this year, they were more than a 3.5-point favorite, a grand total of 1 time. That came against the Houston Texans. It was a game they lost outright as a 7-point favorite, 13-6. So puts a big target on a young football team that's exceeded expectations. Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence deserve a lot of credit and reason to be optimistic, but asking them to go out there and win by margin against a Titans team who can take an us-against-the-world mentality feels like a big ask. I like the underdog here.
How confident would you be in anything with Jets-Dolphins when it's Mike White versus Skylar Thompson? Thompson has not been announced as the Dolphins starter, but Mike McDaniel said today Teddy Bridgewater can't even throw the football right now with that broken finger. So it's all signs are pointing towards Skylar Thompson there.
I think we're all working under that assumption now, knowing that the Dolphins also signed Mike Glennon to their practice squad, meaning that he'll probably be the backup in this particular spot. Now, the one thing that maybe Dolphins fans have a sliver of hope on is that Mike White looked to be a shell of himself against a much maligned Seattle Seahawks defense last week, wasn't able to really stretch the field, and this Jets offense has bogged down completely in their inability to run the football since Elijah Vera Tucker went out. I mean, you saw them bottled up, and the Seahawks have been giving up chunk yardage to everybody. So if Miami's able to generate a little bit of pressure on Mike White, maybe they force a turnover or a short field. The problem for the Dolphins is how do they go about moving the football? Skylar Thompson, a little bit of familiarity with this Jets defense, who he faced earlier this year. But right now, this is a Dolphins team trending in the wrong direction. But the market obviously reflects that with the Jets moving into the role of road favorite. So at this point, I would lean Dolphins plus the 1, plus the 1.5. But full disclosure here, guys, I actually took 4 with the Jets when the number opened. Never anticipated that it was going to be Tua or Teddy Bridgewater.
If Baker Mayfield and my Rams can beat the Seahawks, then it's win and get in for Detroit or Green Bay. If the Rams lose, and obviously it comes down to Seattle or Green Bay, if the Rams lose, does that number, does it move at all, you think? Green Bay a little more inflated because the Lions have nothing to play for?
No doubt about it, and I'm not sure it'll change the Lions' mindset in that game because if there's one coach who can rally his team to get them ready for a game like that, it'll be Dan Campbell, and I think you're going to get the Lions' best effort regardless if they have a chance to get into the playoffs or they're just playing out the string. But to your point, LT, you mentioned the market, and if you like the Lions, wait, because there's a chance this gets out to 6, 6.5 with nothing really changing other than that Green Bay controls their own destiny, the Lions are done and tanking on the season. The thing that's interesting when you look at an NFL game, and even college football for that matter, people always talk about how you quantify letdowns and all of that. The Lions still believe for this entire week of practice that they have a chance to get into the playoffs. So there won't be any focus or distractions on the practice field, whereas that's something that I would deter me from betting Detroit. If they find out 40 minutes before kickoff that they don't have a chance, I just don't see this team laying down, letting a division rival walk all over them. But you will get a better number there, so I think you wait it out or maybe even look to try and play a correlated parlay if you wanted to get ahead of it, parlaying the Seahawks on the money line to the Packers, knowing you'll be able to come over the top if that first leg comes in, maybe grabbing 6.5 or 7.
Pressure on the Eagles this weekend?
I would say a little bit, but not a ton. I think the big question that we're all trying to figure out is exactly what the Giants will elect to do with their starters on both sides. The market clearly says that the Giants are going to roll out their C team with Philadelphia a 14-point favorite. But the longer the Giants can hang around, there's no doubt pressure ratcheting up here. Now, granted, the Eagles can rest a little bit knowing that, hey, look, we didn't lose either of those last two games with Jalen Hurts. So that gives you a sliver of confidence. But at the same time, I saw enough red flags from this offensive line with no Lane Johnson in the mix. That's a little bit problematic. I'm not going to call for the Giants to win outright, but I think Philadelphia fans that are overconfident that this win is a formality on Sunday won't feel so easy if it's a 3-point game, say, at the end of the first quarter and Philadelphia can't run away and hide.
Hey, go back to Monday night. I don't know if you were in a sports book, but when Damar Hamlin goes down, and I just wonder what that scene was like. And ultimately, I guess everybody got refunded tickets, right?
Yeah, everything refunded on that game. Under normal circumstances, if a contest like that is suspended, books would hold the cash for up to 6 days if the game were to take place at that same venue. Was not actually in a book, and I have to imagine from the people I spoke to, there was, a collective concern for Damar Hamlin. But sports bettors, about 15 minutes after they actually show their human side, it's that greed that gets in the way, and people continue to get pissed off that they can't cash a teaser, a parlay, player prop, or anything else along those lines. But, all bets were funded there. And in new jurisdictions like Ohio, I think it was more complicated than anywhere else, knowing that a lot of people had obviously used their free bets on the Bengals, and typically those are one and done. But to my knowledge, most of those sports books handle things like the consummate professionals and going to allow people to bet subsequent games going forward, more so than just calling that a no contest.
And this is a random question in a story you may not have followed, and it's okay if you didn't. But I know that there was some betting halted, I believe, in certain areas because of Drew Brees' association with one of the gambling organizations, and then he was part of the Purdue coaching staff. Does that just show you? I mean, we talk about gambling, how strictly it is followed. Does that just show you that? I don't even know how closely you follow that story, but I found that very interesting. To me, it just shows you. We always talk about the fact that when gambling is made legal and the government is getting a cut of it, they are going to make sure it is done as much on the up and up as possible.
Well, I thought for a second you were going to ask me about the 7-figure bet for Mattress Mac on TCU, and I was going to blow a gasket here about another furniture promotion there. But as far as the situation with Drew Brees, he is an ambassador, or was, for PointsBet. So what happened there, once you joined the coaching staff, apparently Purdue disclosed everything. Things appeared to be copacetic, and then as we got closer to kickoff, there was a little bit concern. But here's the thing that I find a little bit curious more than anything else. Yes, Drew Brees was a member of the coaching staff. Sure, there were bets that were voided after a certain time threshold. But MGM has an active player that impacts games in the NHL, and Connor McDavid, that promotes their product. I don't understand how Drew Brees being on the coaching staff is a bigger deal than Connor McDavid actually out there promoting BetMGM, both domestically here and, of course, up north in Canada. So there's a lot of things that leave me scratching my head with the way this whole storyline played out. And while you never want to point your finger and say there's something nefarious going on, there is no doubt that books took a lot of liability going to a team like LSU as that number ballooned from 8.5, 9, all the way up to 15.5. I don't think that factored in, but the inconsistent messaging for me is more problematic than anything else. I get protecting the house and protecting the player. That's what the gaming enforcement boards are there for, operating under intense scrutiny in every state. But I would just prefer that it was consistent, unilateral across the board, that if an active player can promote a sports book, why a coach somehow negates and should lead to voiding of wagers on a meaningless bowl game.
Well, I mean, that game got red flagged when Drew Brees bet LSU minus 55.5. I mean, he got red flagged at that point.
Yeah, I mean, watching the initial game plan from Austin Burton, I mean, that was not exactly a resume builder for Drew Brees. But what's even more impressive about Drew Brees is that he was able to come back after getting struck by lightning as an ambassador for PointsBet, and was able to end up coaching a football game of that magnitude for his alma mater.
Yeah, it's a great story. That's a 30 for 30 right there now. All right, he is Todd Fuhrman. Go to bettheboardpodcast.com. Download and listen to the podcast on all the games. bettheboardpodcast.com. Follow Fuhrman on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. He is the former odds maker there at Caesars Palace. Fuhrman, always a pleasure, man. We appreciate the time. Enjoy the games.
Let me know if you find Dolores. Let me know if you find Dolores.
Final week into the regular season and the national championship on Monday night.
All right, buddy. Take care. We'll see you. That is Fuhrman on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right. Always fun to catch up with Fuhrman there. Always great knowledge. And, again, we tell you all year long, We don't tell him what we're going to ask. He doesn't even know what games we're going to talk about, and he is so prepared. So, too, is Dr. B. Dr. B saving LT's hair, making him still looking young as he gets closer and closer to the, what is it now? The year 2023. How about that? It's 2023.
Yeah, we're 2023, and we'll be coming up on a year of me and Dr. B, our relationship. So
I don't know if our ceilings are high enough for where that hair is going, man.
We're working on it, Dunaway. Hey, look, unfortunately, the older you get, things fall apart, things fall out. That's when it started to happen to me. I went to see Dr. B, Dr. Beckenstein. I asked around, everyone said Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. My hair already 14% thicker. We started the second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein is the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. That's T3hair.net. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce his quality results for more than 20 years. Men and women have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. For more information, T3hair.net.
If you're looking for a daily fantasy in college basketball tonight, player, Missouri's Kobe Brown has been unbelievable so far. Now, they play a tough defensive team, Arkansas, tonight, 7:30 on the SEC Network. But get this shooting percentage. He's shooting 60+% for his twos, 46% from three, and 80% from the free throw line.
Pretty good.
The kid's filling it up.
Yeah, he was amazing. I watched a good bit of that game he played against Kentucky, and he was phenomenal against Kentucky.
Kobe Brown tonight. Missouri's at Arkansas. That's after the Auburn-Georgia game on the SEC Network tonight. Also, no more unbeatens in college basketball. The last one went down last night when New Mexico State got beat by Fresno 71-67. Richard Pitino's team, the last unbeaten to go down. So no more unbeaten teams left in college basketball. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's as we get ready for another trivia night, Rockstar.
That is right. That is right.
There we go. Me and Rocky Will Haver will take the stage a little before 8 o'clock, but get there a little early and enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis. He's been doing it for more than 30 years now. Delicious wings, of course, incredible burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution. Come see us tonight, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Okay, when we come back, started in 2014, and Taylor, our social media director, wants us to rank the top 5 games that we saw in the college football playoffs, both semifinals or finals, since the 2014 opener that day. We'll do that next. Some of you have already been voting in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We'll talk playoffs next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Krusty says Tulane has got to be, and USC has got to be in the top three. These are playoff games. Tulane USC was a New Year's Six bowl game, but it was exciting. Unbelievable comeback there. Tulane scoring with only one timeout. What was it, 16 points in the final 4 minutes and 7 seconds to win that one? Absolutely, he's got to be there. Some others are voting over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We appreciate you doing that always. And thanks for watching us on all of our video platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch, and following us on Instagram, and listening to us on TuneIn and iHeartRadio, Odyssey, Alexa, and Apple and Spotify podcasts. Thank you for all of our platforms for joining us today on The Next Round, being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's.
Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. Two great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to Brombergs.com.
Our Cowan Equipment poll question: because of what you saw with Tulane and TCU this year, are you more excited now about the 12-team college football playoff? Right now, 71% of you say yes, you are more excited about the 12-team playoff. Now, speaking of expanding playoffs, the NCAA committee, I forget the name of the committee, but they are, I don't know if it's the oversight committee or what, they're now recommending that because there are so many teams that play Division I basketball, that they set a guideline that 25% of teams have the opportunity to play in that sport's postseason, which would increase the NCAA men's basketball and women's basketball tournament to a 90-team tournament. We felt so comfortable for so long with 64. I am old enough to remember it being 48, I think, was the number before that.
Really?
64 was very comfortable. 68, I've gotten used to 68.
I think I saw Jeff Goodman say a conference official or a coach told him off the record this was Greg Sankey and the Power Brokers basically ramrodding this through to get their conferences more teams. They feel like it's going to benefit the big conferences much more than the little conferences.
It seems like if you've got 90 teams, it seems like we'd get more mid-majors in there along the way as well.
Depends on the selection committee, though, right? I mean, it's still going to be a selection committee picking those 90 teams.
Yeah. I know at 68, I mean, there have been some Alabama teams that I've thought to myself, okay, they've made the NCAA tournament, but this is it's going to be a one and done. I don't know if this team should be there. Or they've been on the bubble and not made the tournament, and I'm like, they really didn't deserve to make the tournament. There's a lot of teams on the bubble at 68 where it feels like, yeah, if they make it, they make it. If they don't, I'm not going to be upset if they don't make it. If we go to 90, are you kidding me?
I know we've had teams go from Dayton to the Final Four. I think VCU did that, right, under Shaka Smart.
I think we've had two do it, actually.
But I don't ever feel like we leave anybody out that could actually win a national
I don't
championship.
either.
But that's really my only concern.
I don't either. And you're right. VCU got to the Final Four. I don't know if the other team got to the Final Four or if they got a run. Seems like we had a couple get out of that first weekend, winning a couple of games.
Maybe so. But VCU went all the way to the Final Four.
Yeah. All right. LT's list is done. Let's look now. Taylor wanted us to do this, and I think it's a great exercise because we get caught up in the moment of two, as I was telling Maggie when I didn't want to do something, the most unbelievable college football game is happening in playoff history right now, and then again later that night. So where do those games rank in the top five? Brownie, start us with your list over there.
My number one, Alabama 45, Clemson 40, 2016 national championship game. Just fantastic up and down the field game. Great individual performances, Kenyon Drake, Deshaun Watson. The next year, Clemson got their revenge on Alabama down in Tampa, 35-31. Excellent football game there. Number three, that Rose Bowl win in double overtime for Georgia, 54-48 out in the Rose of the semifinals. Number four was the overtime championship win, 2nd and 26, Alabama's walk-off touchdown, 26-23, Alabama over Georgia. And then number five was Saturday night's semifinal game, Georgia 42, Ohio State 41. That's my top five.
Good by you. That's
Thank
a good
you,
list.
Jim.
Good
Thank you
list.
very much. I appreciate that.
Let's see it, man.
Almost identical.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we flopped one around. Number one, I've got Alabama 45, Clemson 40. Number two, Clemson gets revenge 35-31 over Bama. Then I've got the overtime game. I know it wasn't a great game, but just the magnitude of the game, the play.
It's still
everything.
a championship game with a walk-off play.
Maybe the most entertaining was the double overtime with Georgia
Yep.
and Oklahoma, and then what we saw Saturday with Georgia and Ohio State.
Yeah. So same five games, though.
Really?
We're good at that.
So the game you told Maggie maybe is the best ever has not made any of our top fives here.
No, not even mine. She knows I lied.
You just didn't want to do the job.
Number one for me, I am going to go with in the moment. Georgia beats Ohio State in 2022. But my second was your number one. Alabama beats Clemson. I was going to wonder if anybody forgot about that game. The duel in the desert was an unbelievable football game from start to finish, so much so that the GOAT had to kick an onside kick to steal a possession to win that game. It was a great, great game. Georgia beats Oklahoma. And unfortunately, I was watching that one on television in the Superdome, but it was such a good game that I was bypassing Alabama-Clemson playoff game had started in front of me to stand and watch on a TV monitor that game finish up. It was such a good game, Georgia and Oklahoma. Alabama beating Georgia with a walk-off is fourth for me. Great ending, not a great game throughout. And then Clemson beating Alabama in 16, the 16 national championship down in Tampa. Those the same five. We all have the same five.
I'm a little surprised by that. Now, listen, the semifinals have not given you much to pick from. Basically 3 games. The 2 Saturday night and the Rose Bowl that we all had on there with Georgia and Oklahoma.
The Sugar Bowl Ohio State against Alabama was pretty good.
It was okay. I mean,
we did.
It was closer than most of them.
You guys will think, well, I mean, obviously those 5 games, guys, you did a wonderful job with your list. You had 24 hours to think about it. Absolutely not. These guys knew about it, and we did the work in the commercial break.
That's right.
Right? And those are the games we came up with. And I truthfully thought, because of the short amount of time I gave you to prepare for that list, that one of or both the Alabama-Clemson games would sneak through the old spigot there. I thought maybe they would go under the radar.
I think the Alabama-Clemson game, it was the 16 championship game, 15 season. I don't know how we need to say that. But either way, the Alabama-Clemson game out in the desert might be the best football game I have ever seen with my own 2 eyes.
Right. I put it up there with Alabama-Georgia 2012 SEC championship game, which was a fantastic football game.
I mean, that was another good one. Auburn-Florida State and the BCS championship game. I would put in that very back and forth fun game. Yeah, there have been some Iron Bowls I'd put in there. But
that's a great point. Auburn-Florida State, if we included BCS games, maybe makes his top 5. That was a fun game. Down to that final drive.
Yeah, it came down to a drive for it all with Florida State and Jameis Winston.
Boy, I think we could have done that 10 times. I would have never once predicted we had the same 5 games all across the board.
Milkman says, how can none of us have the Tua walk-off championship game as the best game ever? It just wasn't.
Yeah. It's the best ending.
Yeah, I mean.
It's the best ending.
I've got. I would say definitely the Alabama-Clemson game in the desert and Clemson-Alabama in Tampa, just game-wise, were much better overall games. Now, I mean, that Clemson ending was a pretty good ending. So was the Alabama-Clemson in the desert. It wasn't a walk-off play.
But Alabama,
they all had good endings.
Alabama-Clemson down in Tampa, that third quarter was not great. The 4 quarters of the one in the desert was fantastic.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal game. There's no doubt that's my number one.
Yeah, and Alabama won it. But
Well,
the
of
other
course, yes.
the other one, Clemson, the Clemson Alabama game was a really good game. The third quarter lulled a little bit. That first half of Georgia Alabama, where Tua came in the second half, that was not a really entertaining first half. Alabama was lucky to only be that far down. The defense had played their asses off to keep Georgia from being up more at the halftime. Then they put Tua in. The comeback was on. Greatest comeback in playoff history, no doubt. That Tua, 2nd and 26, best walk-off there.
And you guys were at almost all those games, right?
I was not at the Georgia-Oklahoma game, obviously, but the other ones on this list, well, I was in at Georgia-Ohio State.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the Alabama-Clemson games and Alabama-Georgia, I was at all those.
Yeah, I was at 3 of the 5.
Yeah, somebody thought I dropped a humble brag earlier on Twitter. I was just making the point as we were talking earlier about.
Just reset the whole thing you have going on Twitter because it's worth bringing back up on the show. Brought to you by our friends at Slice today. Brown had passed along some information about the upcoming Monday night playoff game and some rules at SoFi Stadium, and he's been in a discussion on Twitter with some folks around the country about it. Slice brings you this Twitter update.
Local pizza, local ingredients, created by our friends Bajaya Brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris. Get in, see them. And don't forget about the Monday through Sunday curbside family pack special. You can be a hero tonight, only $75. You get the 12 fire-baked wings, the half pan of salad. You can choose from the Caesar, the House, the Redmont, spinach, or wedge. Any 2 of the specialty pizzas. Dunaway has been
the Hot Mama.
Yeah, he's been talking about this Hot Mama that I haven't had. I've had almost all of their pizzas. I've never had the Hot Mama. But again, just incredible specialty pizzas, from the spicy Hawaiian that we mentioned, the old school, the soul pie, wing and a prayer, super cheese, white shadow.
I went by to see my daughter the other day, and I said, I'm not in the mood for the usual 2 slices or 1 slice and a salad. And I saw the pasta on there, and I'd never had it before. It was so good. It's wonderful pasta with a wedge salad. It was just wonderful. It's just such a great menu.
Yeah, all their food, fantastic. Great beer selection, local pizza, local ingredients, 4 locations. You've got one in Vestavia right down the road, the original Lakeview, one in Montevallo, and one, I guess it's almost open in Crestline. I'll find that out for sure.
Hey, and they have specially made cheesecake there. It rotates around. And this past one, I've never had one. It was an orange cranberry cheesecake. It was delicious.
That sounds incredible. I never have room for dessert when I go to Slice.
Well, me either, but I went with a light pasta, a little salad, and dropped a cheesecake slice on top of that. And a couple of IPAs, Brandon. It was fantastic. Good
Lord.
What were we today, 204?
I was 204 yesterday.
Good
204
guess.
yesterday, down to 202 today. I dropped 2 pounds
You
yesterday.
shit gold, right?
I dropped 2 pounds yesterday.
Gold's heavy, man.
2 pounds yesterday. You want a daily update? I'll give you one every day if you want.
No, I really don't.
Okay. I'll drop it in our way to wellness.
So SoFi Stadiums, the College Football Playoff has announced their parking plans for SoFi Stadium. And 2 things that jumped out at me is RVs will not be allowed at SoFi Stadium. Now, somebody told me on Twitter, I cannot independently confirm this, that about a half mile away there is an RV lot not owned by the stadium that they're allowing RVs to park.
Yeah, I think it's
which is about what you would get on a college campus, by the way.
I think the nearby arena.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one that really bothered me more, because you're right, fewer people are going to choose an RV. I mean, that's a quick turnaround to have your RV headed out to L.A. already.
Some will, though. But
some would, yeah. That tailgating will not be allowed in any SoFi Stadium parking lot, which just baffles me for a college football game. And Jake, our buddy Jake Crane with Crane & Company was pointing the same thing out. And I just responded, and I don't know how you guys feel, but when we got away from your traditional college football venues, Orange Bowl, Cotton Bowl, Rose Bowl, even in Phoenix, for your championship games, it has felt less and less collegiate to me. The games that...
I wouldn't throw the Cotton Bowl in there, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, the games that have been played, the game that was in Santa Clara, the game that was in Tampa, even though I know the Outback Bowl's in Tampa, the game that was in Indianapolis, and I'm going to say, even though we won't be there, the game that's in L.A., just it does not feel like a college game at all. I know 2 college teams are playing, but I feel like I'm at a professional game where college teams are playing.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense. There's no collegiate feel at all.
No, it's become more and more corporate, like the Super Bowl.
That's what I was going to say. Even Atlanta, where they allow tailgating, it doesn't feel like a college football game.
No, it does not.
The college football playoffs do not feel like a college game. Now, that may change when we start playing them on campus. I look forward to being alive when that happens.
I agree. Now, somebody thought I was making a humble brag because I said I've been to many national championship games, which is not a lie, as this list will show you.
Yeah.
The ones that were played in your traditional bowls, I don't know what it was. They just felt a little more collegiate. Now, that said, Clemson 35, Alabama 31 was in Tampa. It was a tremendous game. I'm just saying the feel around it has felt less and less collegiate over the years.
Yeah.
Santa Clara being the worst. I don't even know what we were doing out there.
And listen, I don't tailgate, so I don't know, but I don't remember seeing, great tailgating at the Cotton Bowl either.
Well, no, but Josh Pate made the point. Josh Pate said these decisions are made by people that don't understand what drives college football fans, and he's right. And I said they think you had rather go 2 hours before the game and watch Keith Urban in the parking lot. So you know what? They take up some of the parking lot for a Keith Urban stage out in Santa Clara. I don't think your college football fan really cares about Keith Urban 2 hours from kick. He wants to tailgate. He and she want to tailgate 6 hours before kick and be in the stadium 2 hours before kick. But that's what the college football playoff has decided to do. They've made it less collegiate, more corporate. And that's what you're going to get when you go to these games. That's what TCU fans are about to find out. They'll be thrilled to be there, trust me.
Yep.
But the more the Georgia fans go, the more they're going to realize this doesn't feel like college football anymore.
And you know what TCU fans will do? They'll go stand by the stage and watch Kelsey Ballerini sing.
They'll be thrilled to be there, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know who that was till when the ball dropped.
Ooh, I like Kelsey Ballerini.
Me too.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Did you watch the music note drop at Nashville?
Well, no, I just had it on one of the TVs.
Yeah. Yeah, she's good.
That white cat suit on.
I saw that.
Yeah, I follow Kelsey Ballerini on.
Stunned.
It's not going to be creepy at all.
No.
Can you do Kelsey Ballerini's Instagram story right now? She's
right now, like what.
Well, it just went by this morning as I was running through my stories as I was waking up. Kelsey Ballerini is about to go on vacation before she goes and sings before the national championship. And it's vacation time. She's been on tour, right? And she is now heading to vacation. So what do you have to do when you're going on vacation at an island?
Shower.
You've got to
shave.
You've got to get a new bikini.
Okay.
LT.
Of course.
So you got to do the story. It's got to be
story
the,
right
up
there.
top. There you go. The story.
All right, right.
She had to try on the bikini last night.
I mean, just to have that in the holster that he knows that's there.
Vacation Ballerini has entered the chat, she says.
Damn, she looks lonely.
Lance, where's she going?
I did see when you were. I don't know anything about her. I did see it said Kelsey Ballerini marriage, and then it said Kelsey Ballerini divorce.
Well, it didn't work out.
I mean, how quick was it?
Yeah. I didn't know she was married or divorced. I just know that she would be really, really good in the dome stage down at the Floribama.
Probably would.
Probably would. All right. When we come back, more college football as we roll on today. The show being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher. If you're looking for a great Wagyu to feed your dog, New York Butcher Shop has that. And it feeds a lot of great humans, too. And those sides are unbelievable. And they make some entree dishes as well. New York Butcher Shop, where LT shops as well.
It's a fantastic place. Get in, see Jim and that great staff. Anything you need. These guys have got the New York Butcher Shop, from the certified Angus prime beef steaks, the Wagyu, the burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cabo Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
It was the NCAA Transformation Committee that came up that 25% of the available teams in your sport should be eligible to play for the national championship in your postseason tournament, which is what has opened the door for a 90-team NCAA basketball tournament. By comparison, Royal Pain says 25% of the FBS playing college football would be a 32-team tournament.
It would be, which is too much. The good news is the NCAA does not control college football's postseason on the FBS level.
They do
so
not.
This would have nothing to do with college football, which is good. We need to keep it that way, by the way.
12 seems like it's going to be a really good number.
I think so, too.
I'm no longer scared about the 12.
I've never have been. I think it's just more meaningful football games.
Yeah, I would have taken 8, but 12's great.
No, I was scared about the 12, about quality of the regular season, and we haven't lived through that yet. But the more, like I played, we were able, not just me, but we were able on the show to play out the 12-team playoff format every week because several of our writing friends, journalists, posted the 12-team bracket every week. And every time we posted that up, it still made next week's game still intense.
That's right.
We were still some regular season drama out there. In fact, it felt like there would have been more of it.
Well, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. LSU losing to A&M would have kept them out, right?
Yeah.
Probably would have put them in a precarious situation going to play Georgia.
That's right.
And that's where, this year following that along the way wasn't real because in the future, in the real 12-team playoff, LSU, even though there wouldn't have been a division, and LSU losing to Texas A&M would have sent Alabama to play Georgia.
Yeah, my only concern is I would really like that second round to be on campus. Like we were talking about it earlier, as pumped as everybody got about USC Tulane, that game would have been played in the Coliseum. I mean, hopefully it's the same game, but it's just played on campus, which I think is better than a bowl scenario. I would like those second round games to also be on campus. Like I would like this, this next round, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, and TCU are getting ready to host a game in Athens and Ann Arbor and the Horseshoe and Fort Worth. Well, I think that'd be even better.
You were not here. You were on your family vacation when Klatt joined us, and we had a conversation about that. He is all in on all the games being on campus.
I'm fine with that too.
And just the national championship being at the Rose Bowl every year.
I'm fine with that. That's the Dan Wetzel model. When Dan was with us, he's like, imagine the NFL saying to the fans in Kansas City, you guys are incredible, but we're going to play the AFC Championship game in Baltimore.
Yep.
or in Indianapolis or wherever. What kind of sense does that make, to Dan's point? Why take it away from your great venues and put it in a more controlled venue? So I'd be 100% fine with Klatt's model there. Now, you got the old school bowl people that aren't going to like that because they romanticize these bowl games and they want to keep propping them up and make sure they stay in business. And again, that's a view I have. I've never understood the romanticization about the bowl games and why we make them out like we can't lose the bowl games. Well, I compare it to like the Telegraph. The Telegraph was super important, Rockstar, in probably the late 1800s, early 1900s?
Yeah, and horses.
Horse and buggy.
Cars are not going to take over horses.
Yeah, horse and buggy. Those things are all huge. But you know what we did? We found better systems. Right? The Telegraph gave way to the telephone, which gave way to the cell phone. Horse and buggy to the train, to the car, to the airplane. We got better systems now, so we don't use those things anymore. The newspaper used to be the walking dog. Well, then radio and TV killed the newspaper, and now you got, digital. So we found better systems. Just because the bowl games used to have great meaning back in the day when a lot of people were kids, they don't have that anymore. So if we have to sacrifice them, let's sacrifice them.
I did enjoy the bowl games from December 28th on. It was a fun bowl season this year.
because they were great games.
Yeah, I enjoyed the first day because the UAB win and the Troy wins were two good football games. And then there was a lot of crap until December 28th. And then about every day we had at least one, if not more, really good bowl games throughout. So sometimes I feel like maybe we got too many.
Well, but you know what? They're never going to die. Do you know how many bowl games had fewer than 1 million viewers?
I would say 0.
2. And they were very close, by the way. UAB's was the least viewed. Now, that was like 1 o'clock on a weekday, by the way.
10:30.
10:30. Yeah, 10:30. I'm sorry, 10:30 on a weekday. But it had almost 900,000 viewers, which, by the way, is probably the largest viewing audience UAB had all season long.
Yeah, and by the way,
so that's a bump for them.
Probably the most watched programming ESPN had at 10:30 on a weekday
probably
all year long.
I'm sure it was better than Stephen A. Smith and somebody yelling at each other.
And a replay of somebody yelling at each other.
Yeah, and there was one more. I think it was the UConn game, and I can't remember what bowl game that was like at 900,000.
Yeah.
Every other bowl game had over 1 million viewers. So that's why your bowl games are never dying. People keep watching them.
Yeah, and keep in mind that if we get rid of ESPN wanting to prop these up, there's always Barstool, who broadcast their own game.
They did their own game out in Arizona.
Can you imagine Amazon wanting to just stream a bowl game?
Yeah.
They just say, hey, we're going to create the Amazon Bowl. We're going to stream it. We're going to own the rights to it.
People will continue to watch bowl games. Yeah. So they're not going to die no matter what you do with these on-campus games. Those bowl games are going to live because people keep watching them. They bet on them. They're at home. They're tired of being around their family. They're just sitting around looking for something to do when it's cold outside. They're going to keep watching them.
Yeah. All right. So the Gutter Cap brings us this part of the show. I'm going to ask you guys a question about Sean Payton after LT tells us about the great Sea Stew and Gutter Cap.
Yeah, again, you need to keep those gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now. Ask him about that 2023 special, 205-823-2212. You can also go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. 20-year service record here in Birmingham. Again, cap it, don't snap it, 823-2212.
Am I the only one that missed this? But Sean Payton, who's not coaching this year, he's on the Fox studio set. If he coaches next year, somebody has to give a first-round draft pick to the Saints?
Saints still have his rights. Yep. It's a high price to get him if you want him.
So if I'm the Cardinals and I want to move on from Cliff Kingsbury, I've got to give him a top 5 NFL pick in the draft?
Because he's only been out of the game 2 years. I mean, what's the window, 3? I mean,
well, it's all about the contract, though. He was still under contract with the Saints when he walked away, I think is the issue.
So no way I would give that up if I was the Cardinals, right? I'm not going to give you a top 5 pick for my coach.
Ooh. I mean, the Cardinals feel like they've got their quarterback.
So you would give a top, I think it's number 4 right now, the number 4 overall pick.
If you believe Sean Payton's a top 3 coach.
Let me ask you this. The number 4 overall pick, let's say it's an offensive tackle. Would you rather have an offensive tackle that may or may not make it or a coach that you absolutely know is Sean Payton's a good football coach, right?
I do.
There's no doubting that one. I mean, we got enough evidence to know the guy is a really good offensive mind and a really good football coach. Which one would you take, given that option?
Well, I'm probably not going to go offensive tackle at number 4 in the draft.
Okay.
But I know what you're saying.
What were you going to draft?
I know what
you
you're
weren't going
saying.
to take quarterback.
The guy that traded Tom Brady for Justin Herbert, man.
I know. But my point was you're not taking quarterback there because, as Lance pointed out, you've married your quarterback.
No. But let's go the Buccaneers, for example. Todd Bowles is sort of not doing anything really creative offensively. He's gotten very conservative. If Tom Brady wants to come back, but he says, I'm only coming back if you give me Sean Payton as my head coach. I don't know if Payton would be interested. For somebody like that, I guess Tampa Bay's already all in on the old crew anyway. You'd want to do that. Who else would be interested in Sean Payton to give up a first-round draft pick? Like, you're not going to give the first overall pick if you're the Texans.
No.
Right?
Because you're going to get a franchise
they got to have a
quarterback.
Yeah.
You're not going to give away a pick if you're Carolina or if you're Indianapolis,
No, because
right?
they got to have quarterback. I think that's
and
the
I don't
problem.
think Denver has a pick.
Well, yeah, but they've also got a bad quarterback situation.
Yeah.
I was actually watching the CBS pregame show Sunday before Dolphins-Jets, and Bill Cowher, I think, had spent some time with Sean Payton. And if I remember this right, and
not a good show, by the way.
No, I don't like any of them, honestly. The pregame shows don't do much for me. But Cowher basically said he's not taking any of these jobs. If y'all think he's going to jump for one of these jobs, you're crazy.
Right.
And he made the point, too, like, you got to give something up to get him. He realizes that they basically said he wants a job like the Cowboys.
So he may wait another year
Yeah.
if the Cowboys come open.
Yeah.
Problem all of a sudden is McCarthy may have the Cowboys winning a Super Bowl this year.
Well, I mean, it's a needle you got to thread, but basically Cowher's point was this guy, he's been to a Super Bowl. He's not going to take some rebuild job and draft a quarterback. He wants a proven quarterback if he's going to take a job. Well, generally those jobs don't come open.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, our final thought, an interesting read down with The Athletic. If you missed it today, football recruits spilled the NILT. We'll probably get to that tomorrow on the show, but it's really a good read if you're an Athletic subscriber. We've got a final football conversation when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hemphill Services brings us the final segment of the show. LT's going to tell you about them. Then we'll give you a Damar update and what Zach Taylor was saying on the field with Sean McDermott. But quickly, our friends at Hemphill.
Yeah, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemphill, 205-229-2090.
The update from the Buffalo Bills, Damar remains in the ICU in critical condition with signs of improvement, both yesterday and overnight. You see the tweet on your screen. He is expected to remain under intensive care as his health care team continues to monitor and treat him, but a positive sign from the Buffalo Bills on Damar's situation. Zach Taylor had a news conference today. Around the league, teams are having to get back to practice and such again. Zach Taylor says, once the ambulance left the field and I had a chance to go talk to Sean McDermott, the first thing Sean said was, I need to be at the hospital with Damar. At that moment, Zach says, he really showed who he is, and that's when both coaches really put out, we're not going to play this game.
Yeah.
We're not going back in the field no matter what the league says. The league, who said yesterday, Herb Vincent said that we never gave a 5-minute warning. Joe Buck and ESPN have doubled down saying that is not what we were told. That's why we reported it. Your NFL officials on the scene, and our reporting tells us that you had told the teams they had 5 minutes to get going and we were going back in the field. I don't know why it's such a big deal.
It is.
Yeah, just say,
drop it.
hey, yeah, we gave you a 5-minute, and then we realized we were wrong and we didn't play the game.
We made a mistake.
Or ESPN say, hey, that's what we're told, but this is not the most important thing. We're not going to get a pissing match here.
I love the fact that Joe Buck and ESPN are standing by it, though.
Yeah. Well, Joe Buck has a guaranteed contract, so he doesn't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? He's got a good contract.
Good for him.
The other part of this is and I just continue to be amazed by the generosity of people. The Chasing M's Foundation Community Toy Drive page is now up to $6.5 million in donations. And it was so cool that Fanatics, the sports apparel company, that we've all bought stuff from,
absolutely,
said any Damar Hamlin jersey sold, our proceeds will go to his foundation. And last night it was the #1 selling jersey in the entire world in any sport, which I think is just
it's really
incredibly cool how people watch that game and you're like, look, this guy's giving me a ton of entertainment. I feel awful for him and his family. I wish I could help in some way. And this is the way so many people have chosen to help the guy.
We'll record a new Bama and Bourbon today. It'll be coming out very soon on your platforms. Aaron Suttle's talking Alabama's football moves, who's leaving for the NFL and all that. Some basketball conversation. LT and him sat down with another bottle of bourbon, likely from our friends at Rabbit Hole on this one. Is that right?
It is. Yeah. It's going to be a special variety of Rabbit Hole.
Okay, real quick.
Quick breaking news. Chris Lowe, Jimbo Fisher finalizing a deal to hire Bobby Petrino as the Aggies offensive coordinator.
Yeah, from UNLV.
He's taking over play calling duties.
Yeah, that from Chris Lowe of ESPN. That's how we end the show today. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, to dissect what that means for Jimbo Fisher and Bobby Petrino's future. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.